es jetzt präsentieren?
Und da wird dann dein Bildschirm komplett übertragen.
Okay, darf ich das einmal ausprobieren? Weil ich habe mehrere Bildschirme, ob da der richtige kommt.
Ja, mach dir keinen Stress. Du kannst alles probieren, was du möchtest. So, also wir sind offiziell auch live-mäßig unterwegs jetzt auf YouTube. Yay.
Sieht das jemand?
Also es schaut niemand zu, nein.
Aber sieht jemand meine Präsentation jetzt oder seht es nur ich?
Noch nicht.
Okay. Das sehe nur ich.
So, lass mich mal kurz checken.
Erlauben. Fenster oder Bildschirm aus. Wählen. Halleluja.
Yay!
Das heißt, ihr seht jetzt, Halleluja. Was seht ihr?
Yay.
Links ein kleineres Fenster plus 4 Leute oder so.
Genau. Ja.
Wunderbar.
Genau. Kannst du es kurz nochmal da lassen, Walter? Dann würde ich jetzt gerne eben den Livestream richtig einschneiden.
Okay, ich schaue noch, ob das nächste Bild kommt.
Ja, mach das.
Kommt, oder?
Ja.
Ja, perfekt.
Okay. Ach so. Never mind. Wir machen einfach alles.
Kannst du deins mal ausmachen, Walter?
Was soll ich?
Magst du deine Präsentation mal wegmachen, dann mache ich meine an.
Ja, warte. Präsentation beenden wahrscheinlich.
Jo.
Yes.
Ja, Wahnsinn. Tata.
Ihr seht jetzt vermutlich mich im Bund.
Perfekt.
Philipp, manchmal zeigt es die Präsentation nicht an im OBS-Stream.
Ja, ich bin noch gerade am zurecht.
Ja, manchmal muss man einfach die Fenster neu öffnen und schließen oder so eben, dann zeigt sie an.
Ja. Jetzt ein bisschen größer haben gerade. Nein, das war dann noch schlimmer. So. Kannst du noch mal kurz präsentieren, Stefan?
Moment. Jetzt.
Halleluja.
Moment. Jetzt.
Halleluja.
Ja, einfach kurz da lassen. Ich schneide es noch ein bisschen.
Halleluja.
Ja, einfach kurz da lassen. Ich schneide es noch ein bisschen.
Halleluja.
Ja, einfach kurz da lassen. Ich schneide es noch ein bisschen.
Halleluja.
Ja, einfach kurz da lassen. Ich schneide es noch ein bisschen.
Geil.
Ich komme vor wie eine Endlosschleife.
Ja, so ist es hier. Das ist jeden Tag dasselbe. Gut, im Endeffekt sieht es doch einigermaßen vernünftig aus. Wir sind auch nur 1 Minute vor dem Zeitplan, also würde ich sagen, aufzeichnen nicht vergessen, schreibt Tom. Oh, gute Idee. Damit wir nicht alles verlieren im Notfall. Start Recording. Super. Also wir zeichnen jetzt auf und streamen live in des YouTubes. Genau, ich mache noch ganz schnell das Programm auf, dass wir auch wissen, wer dran ist. Und zwar geht's jetzt los. Okay. Also im Moment sind ja nur wir da. Meinst du, wir sollten noch kurz ein bisschen warten, Thomas, oder starten wir einfach?
Nee, ich glaube, ich für alle zu früh, also ich glaube, wir können auch starten.
Dann hoffen wir mal, dass die Aufzeichnung gut funktioniert. Okay. Welcome to the second day of this year's safety event. It's early hours, but Stefan from Red Slacklines declared himself available for a presentation on understanding 3 Sigma. Without studying math, apparently. So, excited for this talk? It's all yours, Stefan.
Thanks for introducing. Hello, everybody. Yeah, today's topic is understanding 3 Sigma, an issue that was talked about in the Slack chat and also in Ryan's video for some times now. I try to explain in a practical way, so you don't have to study math, you don't have to know any kind of formulas or something like this, how 3 Sigma works. And I'd like to hand to you a practical approach, how to use it and how to apply it. And right in the way, I will try to debunk the super good enough that we heard quite some oftentimes by now, and explain why it's not the right approach, in my opinion, to strength of safety critical gear. I'm Stefan, founder of Red Slacklines. I don't even highline, let alone bounce, so let's do this. Many of us, including me, did the same mistake during the last years. Many of us showed break tests, and we showed the results in videos on YouTube, on Facebook, and in Slack chat, and claimed gear to be still strong enough after being used for quite some long time, because we found some results and we showed this is the lowest result we could found, and we were kind of satisfied by this approach. So I'm guilty of this. This is the same that Ryan is doing in his How Not to Highline YouTube channel for years now. Many of us do this, many of us did this during the last years. So yeah, this was kind of a common approach to show how strong Highline gear is, even after some kind of heavy use. So let's dive into what's wrong with this and how we can do better. This is an ideal webbing sample that we break test. We have 100 samples of this webbing, and we break tested 100 times. And every single result is a breaking strength of 28.5 kilonewtons. There's no result right from this. There's no result left from this. So in an ideal world with ideal webbings, this webbing breaks all the time at the exact same force. But of course, this is not an ideal world we're living in. So the reality looks a bit more like this. So what I did here is I took an imaginary webbing sample, 100 samples of this webbing, and broke it. And what we usually find is some kind of a curve. We find that we have many of the webbing samples breaking at about 28.5 kilonewtons, about 1/3 of these samples. And we have a curve to the right, and we have a curve to the left that gets flatter the more we get in the distance of the 28.5 kilonewtons. The less the samples break, the farther they get away from this. So we have like 20% breaking half a kilonewton stronger or weaker than our central findings, and we have less and less samples breaking stronger, and we have less and less samples breaking weaker than this. In total, we still have 100 samples broken. And what we can see here, this makes a nice curve. And there's many approaches on how to state the strength of this sample, right? So one approach could be, maybe let's take the average value of all these samples. The problem with average is, as you can see in these funny paintings, if you have an average water depth of a riverbed and you try to walk across it, and maybe the average water depth is 3 feet, this means you can have a broad part of the river being 1 foot deep, and one very narrow section of the river like 10 feet deep. So you can still drown in this river. So obviously the average depth of the river is not the perfect value. The same goes for this guy here. He is sleeping with his head in the oven and with his feet in the freezer. So on average, he has a perfect temperature, but obviously the average value does not suit his well-being, right? So the average might not be the perfect value for seeing how strong something in reality is. The average of the breaking strength of this sample is 28.48 kilonewtons. So as expected, where we have the most samples, the average is also found here. So, but what we can see is obviously we have results that are stronger and we have results that are weaker, that are not covered by showing the average, the mean value of this. So maybe we take the lowest value, like we did in many of our videos before, right? So what I'm doing now is I take another sample. This time I just break 3 samples of this very same webbing. And maybe by this little probe, I get a result of one breaking at 29 kilonewtons, another one breaking at 28 kilonewtons, and another one breaking at 27.5 kilonewtons. This appears to me like a realistical sample of such a webbing. And the average value still is of these 3 values, the average is still at 28.1 kilonewtons. But obviously, from this little probe, we are missing something, right? We are missing all the samples that we know appear when we test 100 samples. We know there's missing this small part, we are missing these ones, and we are also missing the stronger ones. So obviously, when we are taking 3 samples of a probe, we are missing all of these. But what can we do for this? This is what Sigma is made for. Sigma introduces us a statistical method to show how we can find all of these by still only having 3 probes or 4 probes or 5 probes of a break test. So what does Sigma do? It puts some kind of the curve that I introduced before onto these values, and it shows us how much variance there is in these values. And 1 sigma means that we have about 1/3 of the width of the whole probe within this window. So what we will find within the 1 sigma variance is the results that are at maybe 29, maybe 29.5 kilonewtons, and the results below the 28.5, maybe at 28 or maybe at 27.5 kilonewtons. So this window is where 1 sigma of a variance happens in our test results when we test 100 samples of this webbing. Then we have the broader variance of 2 sigma, and we will find even more values of this. We will find the values up to 30 kilonewtons and maybe down to 27 kilonewtons. And if we apply even a broader variance of 3 sigma, we will also find the values of 26.5 kilonewtons and even the values of 30.5 kilonewtons. So what does this curve show? This curve shows us that about 68% of all values that we find in the sample lie within this kind of the curve. This means that about 32% of all values are not shown within this part of the curve, which also applies to the values we have here. If we add them, we will see, okay, this is like 68% of the values over here, and 32% are missing in total below and on top of them. And we can make these sigma parts even smaller. We can go to 2.1%, or we can even go down to 0.1%. So what this shows is that if we have the variance of 3 sigma, only 0.15% are stronger than what we see in 3 sigma, and only 0.15% are weaker than what we see within this 3 sigma curve. So this means that we can have a 99.7% chance when we cover this area from minus 3 sigma to plus 3 sigma, we have a 99.7% chance of covering all possible results by only having a 3 sample study. So how is this applied? One more point. Obviously, sigma can be, the curve sigma applies to can be kind of narrow. So maybe we have many probes that come in at the very same result, and very few that are weaker or stronger. Or we have a different curve. This happens if we have obviously more samples that are weaker, shown here in this blue curve, or more samples that are stronger than our average value. So, of course, when we have such a curve, if we have many values in our probes that come around the average value, probably our sigma is much narrower, so we can calculate that the values that are below and higher than the average value are closer to the center value. And if we see that we have a broader variance, obviously this means that there can be much stronger or much weaker results. I will come back to this a bit later. So what is the 3 sigma value of the imaginary webbing that I showed above in these 100 samples? For this, I calculated the mean value, the average value. The average value I showed you above is 28.48 kilonewtons. And I calculated the 1 sigma. 1 sigma is at about 0.8-ish kilonewtons that we have as the 1 sigma variance left and right from the mean value. What 3 sigma does is it subtracts the sigma value 3 times from the mean value. So in the end, this shows us that the 3 sigma value is at about 26.1 kilonewtons. And if we look at these values up here, this makes pretty good sense, right? Because we see, okay, our lowest value is at 26.5 kilonewtons. There's only 2 results out of 100 that come out at 26.5. And we have this broad curve over here with a mean value of about 28.5. And we see there's hardly any results possible below this, and there's hardly any results possible above this. So this value calculated by this 3 sigma rule makes pretty much sense. And so now we do the exact same for our 3 samples that I showed above. We have this 1 sample at 27.5 kilonewtons, we have 1 sample at 28 kilonewtons, and we have 1 sample at 29 kilonewtons. And again, I calculated the mean value, 28.2 kilonewtons, and I applied the formula of calculating sigma. Sigma is 0.8 kilonewtons. And again, I subtracted the 3 times mean value, the 3 times sigma value from the mean value, and I get as a result 25.9 kilonewtons, which is pretty close to the 26.1 kilonewtons we had here, right? So what this shows is some kind of magic. We can calculate 3 sigma statistical value of the strength of a webbing by just having 3 samples broken and applying some mathematical magic to it. So this value is pretty close, and it shows this might work pretty well. So what I did for you for the future is I created Google Spreadsheet. So you can calculate your own 3 sigma values on all your test results on all your test results in the future. There's the short link for this here, this bit.ly link, and I also put in the long link. This is exactly the same, so I don't fool you to go anywhere. This link goes to exactly this URL, and I'm going to show you how this is done. This is the spreadsheet that is created. It's publicly available, and you can only edit the lightly blue fields in here. And we have 3 calculations. We have 1 calculation for 3 results. We have 1 calculation for 4 results, and we have 1 calculation for 5 results. You can simply enter any kind of value into here. Let's say we have 27 kilonewtons as the first value, 27.5 kilonewtons as the second value, and 29 kilonewtons as the third value. And it calculates the mean for us, it calculates 1 sigma for us, and it subtracts the 3 sigma from the mean, and we get a result of 24.7 kilonewtons as a 3 sigma value for these results from strength test. You can also add in 4 values or 5 values. It's easier to have this in 3 separate calculations. So this spreadsheet is publicly available for you guys. Have fun with it and try this. So how does this apply to real world data? What I did is Ryan had a video some weeks ago published in Slack chat where he tested a perma-rig that was from Wade, I think. And so these values were published below the video, and I took these values and put them into the table I just showed you. And this is what happened. If you take the backup that had values from 70.32 kilonewtons, 17.34 kilonewtons, and 20.64 kilonewtons, you get, if you only take these 3 values, you get a 3 sigma strength that's left in this webbing from about 12.7 kilonewtons. So if you have webbings breaking at 17, 20 kilonewtons, this obviously means that there is only 12 kilonewtons of strength in it, and you have a probability of some kind of chance that you break it at about 12.7 or 13-ish kilonewtons. So the claim that was made below this video that these values were still super good enough for a 2-year-old webbing might not stand to this number. The same goes for the main webbing. The main webbing had 5 test results. I put all of them into the 5 test results part of the spreadsheet, 20.24, 17.82, and so on. And it calculated, again, it's calculated mean, 19.45 kilonewtons. It created the sigma of 1.2 from these values, and it calculated the 3 sigma strength of it, which is only 15.77 kilonewtons from these values. So even for the main line, which looked kind of still strong with values at about 20, 17, 18, 20, 20 kilonewtons, but the variance of these values mean that there's a high probability, a high chance of also having much stronger and also having much weaker values in the end. So what the table did is it calculated a minimum strength of only 15.77 kilonewtons, which is kind of different than the values we see up here. but you still have a chance of finding these lower values. The more tests you will do on this webbing, the higher the chances that you also find much weaker, because we also see one that's at only 17.8 kilonewtons here, right? And then I did the same again for the backup webbing, but but this time I included the weakest value in this. And Ryan posted something about, yeah, we don't know what this weakest value meant, but let's be honest, we cannot just exclude this value from our world. We see it's there, right? So we kind of have to include it into our calculations, because we have seen that at least one part of the webbing failed at only 13.37 kilonewtons. We have seen this with our own eyes. We cannot just exclude this from the results. So again, for results, put into the table, calculating mean, calculating 1 sigma. Obviously, 1 sigma is much higher here because we have a way higher variance in these values. And when we start calculating this, what we find is that the backup webbing that was used there only had a strength left of about 8.6 kilonewtons. And now we can ask ourselves, would we want to whip on a backup webbing that has only about 8.6, maybe 9 kilonewtons of strength left in it? I would personally come to the conclusion for myself, I wouldn't want to, because I'm not 100% certain that this would save my ass. So this is probably the best time to change this webbing, because there's not much life in it, right? So yeah, this was it for this part from myself. I hope I could make it a bit of some kind of understandable what 3 sigma does, how you can calculate it. I hope you can make use of the spreadsheet that is on Google Spreadsheets right now. Thanks for listening, and stay safe and keep the balance.
Thank you, Stefan, for the very informative talk about 3 sigma. Are there any questions or comments? I don't know, Sarah looks like she's saying something, but she's muted. No, she's just saying hello. Good morning, Sarah. So I don't know, when he posted that video, I made the same calculations and also put it in a Facebook comment underneath. Yeah. Yes, it's super sensible to do these calculations, especially if you have, oh, hello, Augustine. Especially if you have new webbing and want to sort of make sure that the production quality is good, and that you sell it in a way that the people get a reliable number. I'm not sure how, maybe Walter, you can chime in with your experience, how accurate or how reliable the 3 sigma method is if we're looking at used webbings, because if you look at like naturally aged webbing, you get great variance just from like which individual piece of the webbing do I test? Do I test the one that was in the webblock the whole time? Do I test the one where everyone's standing up and falling into the leash? Or do I take a piece that's been on the other side where almost never anyone walked on? So for this specific video or set of data you picked, I'm not entirely convinced that the 8 kilonewton that we calculate is sort of representative, in the same way that maybe a 24 kilonewton for a new webbing as an MBS is a valuable piece of information to have. What do you think, Walter, when you test used stuff? What do you see with the variance and the deviations?
Difficult question. The problem are the what is called Ausreißer in English?
The variance, the deviances.
The variance to the top, like I told yesterday with the orange.
Yes, yeah.
If you're for me personally, in all my research, I tried to find the black swan, which is weaker than everything else, where systems can fail. I'm not interested in the top end variance, not at all. So for me, if you have 100 tests with 10 kilonewton and one single test with, let's say, 5 kilonewton where things can fail, maybe the MBS is still high, but people can fall off with this one single thing. That's why I cannot really say clear what I would prefer in this connex. I would prefer to exclude somehow the one single failure which is too weak, the one single sample that is too weak.
Yeah.
You would want to exclude this from the calculations.
Pardon me?
You would want to exclude this from the calculations.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I want to find it.
No, I think, Stefan, you're misunderstanding maybe. Walter is not interested in having like an accurate MBS calculation, but he wants to make sure that you find that one, or in this case, the one that was like 13, that was much, much lower than the rest. This is the one you need to find. The rest is not interesting because it doesn't lead to any accidents, right?
Yeah. Maybe let me show you the one slide again, where this was done. This was done, we can see that there's this one value at 13.37 kilonewtons, right? And if we exclude this value and we only take the 17.32, 17.34, and 20.64, I just added these values up here and calculated 3 sigma. Then 3 sigma is at about 12.7 kilonewtons. And this is quite coincidentally to the 13.37 kilonewtons that Ryan also found. So what I see here is some kind of a correlation. If we exclude this lowest value, that is the highest deviance, we can still calculate from the other values a value that's really close to this lowest value that he accidentally found. So even if he did not find this value and he only if he only found the stronger values and he would have put them into a 3 sigma calculation, he would still have found a minimum breaking strength of 12.7, which is really close to the accidental sample that he found.
Yeah.
So I still believe that the method itself works pretty well.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, we can see it's what the single sigma is like 1.8. So if we go from 17 average down to 13, it would be, well, 1 in 20, 1 in 30. That should break at around that 13.5 kilonewton.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So by chance, he found this weakest one by chance because he probed more samples than usual, more than the usual 2 or 3 samples that he did. But as we can see, there will be a talk afterwards from me about the knots that we tested at RED. And it's the same procedure here. If you test like 2 or 3 knots, you will probably find 2 or 3 pretty strong knots in webbing. But as soon as you start testing like 40, 50, 60 knots in webbing, you will find weaker samples. So the question that we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to gamble and say, okay, if we take like 50 backup faults, is it fine for us that only 20% work, or only 60%, or only 70% fine for us? And are we accepting the risk of maybe 20% of our backups failing because the knot is too weak? So for myself, I would say, no, I wouldn't like to take this chance. So I believe this method works pretty well.
Yes, yes, but on the other hand, if you look at the 3 sigma and you say let's have, I don't know, 1,000-meter long slackline, just as like an example, and break this down into 1 meter pieces that we can test. So we test, I don't know, 10 pieces of 1 meter, and then we calculate like a 3 sigma of, I don't know, 22 kilonewton, like an MBS. But now we try to do it the other way around. So we say, okay, we have 1,000 samples long slackline. How many of those are now below 15 kilonewton? And then maybe we find like there's 2 meter, like 2 1 meter sections that are below 15 kilonewtons, according to our calculation. But then when there's some wind and the line goes up to 17, 18, nothing happens. So yes, the MBS is a really strong tool, but if you go all the way down to the super extremes on the outside, you won't find them. There is no 1 in a million meters of slackline webbing that breaks at like a half a kilonewton, right? Or even, let's say, if there were, you would probably see it from a, I don't know, webbing manufacturing defect or something, right?
Yeah, but this is why we only take 3 sigma and not 6 sigma, for example.
But if you say, okay, I do 3 tests on my 20-kilometer batch of webbing that you buy as a supplier, you don't try to look for those 2 or 3 meter sections that you have to sort out because they're really not strong at all, right?
In my experience, this is what I showed in another slide. Give me a second. In my experience, the webbing, if it's new, rather falls into this kind of curve. We have a very narrow margin, very narrow variance, and most of the values from our brand new samples that we test have like 0.2 in max variance from the average value. But as soon as we test used gear, or as soon as we test knots or something like this, the variance gets a lot broader and broader depending on what we test. So I think we cannot compare used gear or knots to brand new gear. This is like, in my experience, 2 completely different kind of calculations. Because new gear, if we test webbing, if we test web locks, if we test the leashes, the leash rings, whatever, we have like really narrow width of the results. And in used gear, and as soon as we apply gear to some kind of other gear, like webbing in a knot, it gets way broader.
I think this is very important. The question to me before, and my answer was what I know from my used samples. The 3 sigma is very good working in in testing for standardization.
Once again, I didn't hear you.
The 3 sigma, the MBS as we use, is very good working in new samples for standardization. So for a standardization, I would say let's keep it, because it also helps to find weak points in the testing facility. So like when I made a mistake to use Dynama, to use a preloaded Dynama accidentally. That helped me. And for used, to find weak points in used, you have to take a complete different approach.
Which approach would you suggest for used gear?
First, accident analysis. It's the most important. You have 100,000 tests in reality, or even millions worldwide. And when you collect the few failures and find the reason for these failures and find the pattern behind it, then you have what you need. And then you can verify it in the laboratory. That was my approach.
Yeah, but if we see, I'd like to go back to the values that Ryan found in this one particular webbing. We can see that he found this 13.3 kilonewton sample. This is not an accident. He found this one, and this sample can be predicted by using the other three values and calculating 3 sigma of it. So this is my experience, what I see. This is pretty close to what I see in the lab when we test here. Laurent, can you? Thanks. And I think it's not a coincidence that we see this value happening as predicted from the 3 sigma of the other values.
But so, it's a coincidence if you find it or not.
Sure, but the more samples you test, this is what I will talk. The more samples you test, the more of the low value samples you will find. They will just randomly.
Yeah, but testing only from one batch, 3 samples, probability is low. So in testing new things and standardization, you have more to focus on the production quality.
Sure.
And your internal sample. That's why in standards, there are more rules for your internal, how many batches and how to find the right samples for the internal testing than in standardization. You understand?
Sure.
Yeah.
And Stefan, are you sure that it's not coincidence? Like, for me, it's totally coincidence. Like 3, 4 samples, it's like it means nothing. Like, it's really nothing. Maybe you will have the same value, the same low value like that for like, I don't know, 1 million sample or 100 or maybe every 10 sample. You can't predict that. It's just probability, and like it's if you have 1% chance or even 1 on 1 million chance, it's the same. You do 3 samples and you have the same, like you can have the chance to have it. You don't know about that. You can't say anything. It's also, for me, it's also coincidence that if you take the 3 other values that you have that 12-ish, it's only coincidence for me, but I don't know if other people think the same. And
yeah, Thomas?
Yeah, so thanks, Stefan, for the talk. So I think there's lots of studies when you go online on people trying to figure out how to calculate the MBS with low sample values. There's different ways to do that. At the end of the day, I kind of support a bit Laurent's view on this. So the chances that that this calculation makes sense are, in my opinion, very small. You really have to, like, sample size does matter. And I think what is even more important, when you have large variances in your measurements, what you have to ask yourself, are you actually comparing like apples to pears? Are you really measuring the same thing? Or are you really like just measuring different things, and that's what makes your variance go big in small sample sizes? So for the best example is a used webbing, what Philip described, like the area where everybody falls, to where the weblock is, to like some other piece. So this variance will just keep on growing and getting bigger and bigger. And it's then just probably not the right way to estimate the minimum anymore. if you have small sample sizes.
I
I mean, we try to do like lots of measurements on one single piece of webbing, and we calculated MBS, and we got, you know, still some decent small variances in there. So like what I remember from looking at lots of tests from the UIA, the larger the variances are in what they measured, the more they questioned what they're testing and how they are testing. So this should be really in mind if you look at small sample sizes. Are you really comparing the same thing, or are we talking about different things that you would have to even take apart? So I think the 3 sigma, as far as I understood it, it also came out of the fact that it was mentioned in the standard that a manufacturer has to deliver like a safe product, and he had to find a way to define that word safe, right? And in this case, it was DMM who proposed this 3 sigma MBS and started applying this to have like some traceable way of stating their MBSs on a product. And then this is now, we're talking about new slings. So we're not talking about variances in used products, where obviously the variance will grow the longer you use it, let's say along a webbing or so. So I think there is a point where you're not comparing apples and apples, but you're comparing apples and pears. And this is a very sensitive topic. I think every test has to be looked at it in this way. Like, why was this 13 kilonewton value from Ryan? Why did that happen? You know, what's the exact reason behind it? We don't really know. It could be a testing variance. You know, it could be a bit another speed, a bit another angle of the web log. It could be so many different things. We just don't know.
I totally.
That's just. It almost gets into a philosophical question, right? You cannot like put this down in numbers anymore.
Yeah.
Just like ask what is reasonable at the end. And I think that's a discussion to have. Yeah.
I totally agree. There's a way. Let me put it this way: 3 sigma is not only used in statistical processes in gear manufacturing. 3 sigma is, for example, also used in the investment industry. So if they would like to predict the outcome of a certain fund, or if they would like to predict the outcome of any FC standard states that a webbing termination to anchor the lowest strength webbing needs a 3 sigma. We now know how 3 sigma works. Strength of 18 plus kilonewtons in the termination of webbing. So this is kind of the baseline that we need to understand how the, in my opinion, not really good appliance of not can show you what you already know from the video. I could download the video from YouTube and at least can show this one today. What we can see here is rainbow webbing attached in a frost knot at the top anchor, attached in a frost knot at the bottom anchor. And you can see that this knot is dressed, in my opinion, pretty well. And you can see that also this lower knot is dressed not perfectly. You can see that some of the strands are not perfectly aligned onto each other. But I think this is a pretty well dressed frost knot. And here's what happens. So what you can see here is that even if you have a well-dressed knot, you can see that a totally unpredictable behavior happens. The outer strands can completely slip off the base of the knot and can strangle the load strand to break, to failure. Oh, sorry. This is what I would focus on right now here. This is where it slips off. And now it starts strangling the load and breaks. In the end, the knot fails on the bottom part. We can also look at this part again, because it's the same procedure happening here. Off. And strangles the load part and breaks. So this is, in my opinion, what I just talked about with Laurent. Knots, as far as I can see right now, are pretty unpredictable. Even if you have well-dressed knots, they might slip off. They might just become not well-dressed under load. And you cannot predict how these knots behave, because we have seen in the lab also like 4 or 5 of the exact same samples behaving completely natural, like we would expect. The layers stayed on top of each other, and they broke at about 26-ish, 28-ish, sometimes even kilonewtons. But the more samples we tested, the more we found that there is knots where completely atypical behavior occurs, and they break at a much lower value for no recognizable reason. So this just happens. And to go a bit deeper into this, I will show you this. Can you see this? I hope so.
Not yet.
Yeah, I forgot to enter presentation mode again, sorry. Yeah. What we can see here is MOTM. Being cut at about 15 kilonewtons. This is it. Maybe once again, you can see this happening right here at about 15 kilonewtons. the webbing cuts itself off and breaks. This is a 28 kilonewton webbing, breaking at 15-ish, so slightly above 50% of MBS. And we can see the exact same thing happening at helium webbing. Right here, it breaks at 12-ish kilonewtons. And this is like, in my opinion, this is a perfectly dressed frost knot. And still the exact same thing happens in one of the samples. There's many samples breaking much stronger, but we have this one sample of a perfectly dressed knot breaking at only 12.4 kilonewtons. And the same goes for our aurora webbing. We have this webbing in a pretty well, I can show the beginning, pretty well dressed frost knots. And it breaks at about 50% of MBS. And the same, even worse, in parsec. This is a 36 kilonewton webbing, breaking at 14 kilonewtons. So at about 38, 40-ish percent. So way below expectations. And in the beginning, the knot didn't look too shitty to me, to be honest. Breaks up here. So, in my opinion, this is what I already told to Laurent like 10 minutes ago. It's really hard for us to predict the behavior of a knot. In my opinion, this is not anything we can rely on 100% base. This is what makes it kind of difficult. This is way different to the test that we had made in rope. When we tested our leashes or other rope samples, the samples, even if we tested more of them, were pretty same. The variance was pretty narrow. And as soon as we started testing webbings, the variance went way broader, and we found much stronger and much weaker samples for, in my opinion, no explainable reasons. So maybe this is something we should discuss in the future. And the more I talk about these findings, the more I hear the following. What I hear is mostly, but Sam from Selectivity found strong knots. Why don't you find strong knots, right? This is like, we have this video out there and it has many views in the community, and Selectivity has these two videos out there and they find like strong values. And in my opinion, this has the following reason. They test kind of clean knots and they try to dress them as well as they could to test them under perfect conditions. So what I would like to show you is the following. I would like to show you a figure 8 knot that is pretty well dressed right now. And what I've seen is a friend of mine here in Kempten has a perma-rig on PinkTube, and she has polyester backup below it tied into a T-loop with a figure 8 knot as recommended by Selectivity. And what I see is, like, after 2 sessions, this knot doesn't look, whatever kind of clean we tie it, it doesn't look clean after 2 sessions anymore, because it all the time, it just wiggles and wiggles and wiggles, and it gets under tension if we pull the back up, and it gets untensioned again. And the more we wiggle this and the more we do with it, in the end, it doesn't look like a clean figure 8 anymore. So what I think is that testing clean knots can provide high values if we test a small sample batch of them. But as we can see from the red test, if we have a wider sample base, like 10 samples of a knot, we will also find knots failing unpredictable. And what I also think is we can make knots unclean by just using them. Sarah sent me some pictures from frost knots she took photos of at festivals about 1 year ago. And many of them didn't even look as close to as clean as the one that we've seen 2 or 3 minutes ago in the videos. And if I would have to predict, I would say they would slip off even easier after some days of use in a backup in the real world rig. So they might fail even lower than the perfectly dressed samples that we had in the lab. So my personal conclusion is it might be difficult to rely on knot strength and webbings for safety. Questions?
There's like two things. Is one, you can mitigate some of that vibrational, like construction of the knot, like taping it, and then that kind of does help keep it in place. And then two, it's a question of like, do these things actually follow like a normal curve, right? Or is there some sort of actual floor in the knots, right? Like, because you presumably, if you tied 1 million samples, one of them, if you calculate a 3 sigma, one of them fails like at 1 kilonewton. But I don't see that realistically possible unless it was incorrectly tied, right? So it doesn't actually follow what you would consider a normal distribution here, because you probably already eliminated all the samples that would fail super low through inspection.
Yes.
Right. So it's a question of like where that floor is and what is that safe enough.
Yeah. I think I would like to address these 2 points. I think taping, if you see what's happening, I will show it again. If you see what's happening to the rainbow knot, I don't think taping can fix this. This is the video. Because why don't I think taping can fix this? The forces within here are much stronger than any tape could withstand, in my opinion. Because what you see here is this starts slipping off right now at about 8 kilonewtons. And I don't think any tape could withstand this sidewards force of more than 8 kilonewtons. You can see this happening here, right? I don't think tape can mitigate this, but this is my personal opinion. We have no tests about it. The second point, I totally agree. This is not predictable in a normal variance curve. Absolutely not. This is like we have these variance because knots have a completely unpredictable behavior in my experience. The more knots you test in webbings, the more you will see that completely strange things happen that you did not see coming at the moment that you put them into the machine. So absolutely true, not predictable in any way, and definitely not in a normal variance.
Okay, so taping won't prevent it from kind of not looking nice after 8 kilonewtons, but it will prevent it from shaking apart, right, in the wind if it's not low. So also when you're talking about knots being completely unpredictable, they're not. I don't think that's completely the case because none of them fail below like 8 kilonewtons or even 10 kilonewtons, right?
But we have rainbow is a 36 kilonewton webbing, failing at about 12.5 kilonewtons. This is like 32% of MBS. This is like we've never seen anything like this before. I didn't. I expected this kind of knots to be failing at 50, 60 at a lowest floor and to be baselined at 65, 70-ish%.
Okay, maybe just responding to this, let's take your 12 kilonewton value, let's take a 10 kilonewton value. What is the actual force that this backup fall should not exceed? Of this case, like what is the force that you would not want to exceed in a backup fall using that webbing with that knot?
Difficult, totally depends on the rig. The question that I asked myself.
But from what point on is it rigged wrong? That you can say, okay, this should have really had intermittent connections. So what's the maximum force you would want on that knot in that webbing? And is there, and that's the first question, and the second one is, do we have a single case in our accident history where the knot of the backup was the problem?
Second question, no, we didn't have yet. But the question is, do we want to take the gamble in the future? And I would say this is a pretty risky gamble. I would not want to bet my backup falls on on probably breaking at about 12 kilonewtons, because my thought about this is not only the not being destroyed at 12 kilonewtons, but what I think is more important is what comes with such a mainline failure might be a probable rescue scenario. And seeing this knot being, I can show it again, seeing this knot being not breaking, but about half destroyed at 12 kilonewtons. Give me a second. Seeing this knot being destroyed right now, you can see it up here in the upper knot, that it breaks to a point where it's not usable anymore, not safe anymore. This is the problem that I see if you have kind of a backup fall scenario that is combined with a rescue scenario, where I see the problem. I don't think that the pure knot is the problem, but the knot combined with, we need to have this probably being used after this point, is where I see problems coming, because I don't think I would go out on a rescue scenario on such a webbing anymore.
Okay, but Stefan, again, my question was, what is the maximum force? Like, we have measured backup falls, lots of them. We have values on this. What's the highest force we've measured on a polyester backup fall into a knot? It's about half. It's about half of what you have in your values. It's about 6 kilonewton.
Yeah.
Right. So there is a safety factor too, a theoretical safety factor too, between the maximum force we've ever measured in such a backup fall, and that were extreme cases. These are not with intermittent connections. These are like single webbing backups. 6 kilonewton is the max force we ever measured, and that's like when we try to imagine a hardcore backup fall, and your knot breaks at 12. So I cannot imagine. Of course, I can imagine a scenario where I can go beyond these 6 kilonewton, but then that's not the problem anymore. The problem is, was this line rigged correctly? Does it have intermittent connections?
I would disagree on the 6 kilonewton max in a possible backup fall scenario on polyester webbing. Ruben from Dresden tested his rigs that they had hanging in Dresden between the cranes in the harbor in Dresden. And if I'm not mistaken, Ruben is a 90 plus kilo guy, and he measured 8.3, 8.4 kilonewtons in a wizard rig, just in leash falls. So in my opinion, if this is not a split setup, this guy would create much higher values than the 6 kilonewtons in a backup fall.
Okay, you mentioned the important thing. That's what I wanted to hear. If it was not a split setup.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But
then I'm coming back to my question. If you have rigged the Highline correctly, because if you rig a 100-meter high tension Highline with such a loose backup with knots in it, and you fall into that, yes, you reach higher values, but you probably didn't rig your Highline properly in the first place.
Yeah, but
and even then you don't reach 12 kilonewton, and even then you're like quite a bit below. So let's say it's 8 or 9 kilonewton in this like really bad scenario that we would have here. Even then you're 4 kilonewton under this one sample that you measured. Okay. And even then you have to ask yourself the question, okay, is it destroyed in a way that you cannot do a rescue anymore? Does the value go higher with a rescue, or will it always be lower than that? And the answer is it will always be lower. There will be no more fall into that system. This person can go on and get rescued, and it's a one-time scenario. So the basic philosophy behind this concept is like, how much weaker can a backup be? Because what your baseline you're comparing it to is the Zoom loop in our standard of a mainline of type C, 18 kilometers. That's your baseline. And what I'm trying to explain is like a backup can be weaker. It should be weaker. It doesn't have to be stronger. Okay, like in other industries, you see this a lot, that backups can be a significant margin weaker than what the mainline needs to hold in a normal scenario. And I will present that afterwards in the Highline standard. We have not defined this yet, but we have some ideas and recommendations on how low you can go on a backup in terms of zone loops, connections, intermittent connections, and also not obviously linked to that. That's like what I want to go at, right? I think we are totally allowed to have lower MBSs on our backups than on our main lines. And at a certain point, we have to be careful with this, and then we go into the extremes. We go into bad rigging, we go into super long high lines, and old, super old lines, and these are margins, right? And we cannot cover for every single margin there. There's other approaches than just looking at the MBS of the knots and the system. So I think taking this into account, taking the accidents into account, I think it's totally okay to go lower on backups than on like the baseline we have with our main line.
I think your answer consisted of 3 parts that I'd like to address shortly. The first part is I don't think that 8-ish kilonewtons might be the lowest margin or might be the highest value that we will find in a backup fall, because I'm not blind. If I'm out there, I see many people rigging 100 plus meters lines on non-split setup. From my perspective, this is publishing these values, talking about these, and putting out this warning of the knots has one main reason: it's liability. If we as a manufacturer say to people, yeah, we found these knots, but I think it might be fine to use this if you rig it right, then we are at this sentence, if you rig it right, if you do it the right way. This is like the sentence that I think Ian used in his Slack chat posts about the paradigm webbing. I think this is critical. And I think so because if you do it right, implies no margin for errors. And if I'm out there, I see many errors in rigging, and this might come back to manufacturers in lawsuits. So it's a question of liability. If a kind of a big company like Mammut or any kind of climbing company like Climbing Technology gets into a lawsuit, they can afford this. But if any kind of slackline company gets into a liability lawsuit, like we are really small companies, and this would cost us so much effort, so much time, so much money, that any of the currently existing slackline brands or Highline brands would probably go bankrupt from this. So the intention of this is also the question of liability to the companies. This is why we decided to publish this.
So I'm just going to shut up for now, and maybe let's have somebody else who raised their hand say something. Lobo, you want to go first quickly?
I had two things to bring. Yeah, of course. Walter said before that, yeah, it's nice to see at the incident, but of course, we don't have a lot of incident, and we don't have a lot of samples about our knots in backup because we don't have a lot of incidents about that. Like, I mean, the only sample we can have with knots in it's when you use the backup actually. But I know some people used it on main lines as well, but most of the time it's on backup. And if you don't have an incident, you don't have the sample which check the knot. So we don't have 100 or something test about that. And the other thing is, if the problem is that we only have 12 kilonewton, why the solution isn't it to like just sleeve your knot? And when you have multiple layers and you put them all together inside, it keeps the multiple layers together. So of course you don't have this, oh, one layer is going like really far away because it's sleeved all together, so it won't like it will move together, or at least it will increase the chance to move together. So, and we also saw that the results on sleeve knot are higher. So if the problem is, yeah, you want, okay, it's low, but we want to make them higher. Yeah, so just say to people to always sleeve your knot, and that's it.
I think we also found some surprisingly low values on sleeve knots, but I think in general you're right, they will be slightly higher than the unsleeved ones, yes.
How did you sleeve your knots? Did you sleeve a single sleeve, or did you double the webbing up and put it through the sleeves? Because that's a difference that like balance community brought up their sleeves, and then activity did the test, but had a sleeve on the single strand of webbing and not the doubled up.
We had the doubled up ones sleeved. I can show it in the YouTube video. Give me a second. This is in here. Here you can see the sleeve knot. This is like the doubled up version. The doubled up layer is sleeved and then knotted to the cross knot. And this breaks at 16 kilonewtons in helium and at about 19-ish kilonewtons in parsec, which is 19 kilonewtons, slightly above 50% MBS of parsec, and the other value is also about 50, slightly above 50% of the helium webbing.
Walter, you had your hand raised as well?
Yes, we do not know a lot about knots in webbing or highline webbing. We know a lot about knots in ropes and alpine webbing. And interesting is that clean and perfectly dressed knots are in some situations weaker than unclean knots. That's what has been found out long ago. What we know is a big variety, but we know also that no knot ever broke at, we can find the value X percent of the MBS. So we can define the minimum. If we discover new material and bring new products to the market. Since we are not God, we cannot predict what will happen. And this is something our planet works. We will have an accident, and then we will find out the reason. We cannot predict and find out in laboratories every accident, incident, and everything when we develop something new. We have to say goodbye to this illusion. But on the other hand, for example, in the ropes standard, in the semi-static rope standard, they defined a figure-8 knot, and it must always be minimum 15 kilonewton. And no one found a knot in a semi-static 10 millimeter rope below 15 kilonewton ever in the world. And maybe somebody develops a new product which falls below that, but this is not predictable. So I would also not mix the discussion what we found out in kilonewton, because we only need 1 newton more than the maximum load. But you discuss about safety factors, and safety factors are a negotiation result, an agreement. Actually, we don't need safety factor if we know all the values. So we don't know all the values. We have something unpredictable. We have a safety feeling, what we need. And then we come to 1.5, 2, 3, and the one says 1, the other says 3. So let's meet in the middle. Let's take 2. This is how safety factors come into this world. But don't mix those two, the results of the tests, and then we have to negotiate a safety factor. And this is only negotiation. Was I clear enough?
So I basically agree with you, Walter. So what I'm going to present afterwards in the Highline Systems standard is basically our agreement that we, like as a philosophy, don't want to have MBSs in our backup, which are less than factor 2 from the actual forces. So this kind of gives you kind of need to know what the actual forces are in backup fall. And we know that we don't know this whole story, right? But we have values and we know the ranges. We know that if you properly rig your Highline, you will not exceed 10 kilonewton in a backup fall. If you do a shittier, like if you have a 2.7 kilometer Highline, yes, you can reach more than 15 kilonewton in a backup fall scenario. It's possible, right? But these are not the things we want to cover here. I think we want to cover a Highline system which is reasonably rigged and not at the extremes. And our suggestion is to go to a safety factor 2 between what you expect as the actual forces in your setup compared to the minimum of, let's say, you're not in your backup system as the weakest point. Or it can also be the intermittent connection. So the sewing of the main and the backup together in the middle of the freestyle setup, right? And this really depends on how you rig, what material as a main line you use, what material as backup you use. So what we are in the standard, what I'm going to present is basically how we relate the different strengths and materials to the forces that we would like to see in intermittent connections and backups. And the philosophy behind it is the safety factor 2.
Yeah, my suggestion to the community would be if there is a backup fall and you can open the knot, then you don't have any problem. If you cannot open the knot, I would cut it out with enough end and send it to a laboratory to find out how close were we to breaking. That will also help.
Yeah, so we have the values, right? We have about, I'd say probably 50 to 100 simulated backup falls in different kind of systems. We have fault tower tests now. We have tests where we basically simulated backups, and the values very rarely go over 8 kilonewton. And these are actually with what I would consider bad rigging, right? So if you rig your line properly, let's say 150 meters with intermittent connections, a freestyle highline with an intermittent connection, you usually never exceed 5, 6, 7 kilonewton. These are like with falling into like a polyester backup. With a nylon backup, it will be below that. It will be like 4, 5, 6 kilonewton. You can always exceed that. It's possible, but then you have to ask ask yourself, was the rig properly? And then you still have some safety margin, and that's the safety factor too. We would propose for something like this. But I'm going to present that afterwards, and I think we can go straight into this topic in my presentation, because that's actually one of the key changes of the Highline system standard, that you're allowed to have weaker backups than main lines if you set up your Highline properly. And there is some margin there, I'm aware of that.
I would like to add I would like to highlight how important it is, what Laurent said earlier, that there have been very few, or comparatively few, real backup faults that ended up in a way that would load, or where the life of the person actually depended on the backup, not in the backup webbing, right? So only because we didn't have an accident so far is not a good argument to make against there being no problem, because we've seen in other types of accidents that you can think it's impossible to go wrong, but ultimately you will go wrong. So it's not unimaginable that there will be someone who has a backup fault tomorrow where the knot breaks, right? I don't think anyone here would argue that this could not possibly happen. And I think it would be unwise to disregard Stefan's and other people's worry about the very liberal usage of knots, in a way that we use knots unsleeve, we use different types of knots in all kinds of webbings. Some of them have never probably properly been tested with the knots that we use them in. So I think we're at a state where we are fairly sure that if you do everything correctly, as you said, Thomas, and do everything to sort of the ISA recommendations, you can get away with using knots in your backup webbing. But if you go anywhere close or anywhere outside of those parameters, you're putting yourself in a risk that I think not everyone is aware of.
Yeah,
right?
That's exactly my point.
And that is, I think, is the most important issue here, that we don't know where the limit is, but I feel like a lot of people have maybe an overconfidence in the reliability and the strength of their equipment. And that is not specifically the knots in backup webbing so much as maybe altogether the way we organize highlining, or the way we rig highlines. There's a lot of potential for failures, for things to go wrong, and people seem very comfortable with the idea of just relying on sort of untested or theoretical ideas of how a backup should work. So I don't think we can shelve this discussion. I think this is going to be an open topic for a couple more years before we know which way to go with this. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Okay, I would like to add something to this. What I've seen during the last, I think, about 2 years, I think since this COVID thing started, since the freestyle movement started to get a lot bigger, what I started to realize is that many of the freestylers are pretty aware of their chances of taking backup falls, and they include it into their risk assessment. And what I've heard pretty often is, yeah, but that's what we have a backup for, and I'm fine with taking a backup fall. And I think what we see is some kind of wrong direction in assessing the backup as an integral part of the whole system of being loaded. And in my opinion, the backup, as the name says, should be the backup for the extreme worst case and should not be included as a part that might be loaded tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So I think we should communicate to these people that the backup should be the very last instance they should be using.
Can I just say something to this? Because I was like one of those freestylers, and I think it's a difference. It's like not that we freestyle. Yes, there can be a backup fall. And I also was slacklining on webbing that I know I don't trust the main line, but I trust the backup, rig everything correctly, that I can trust the backup. It doesn't mean that I expect the main line to fail. It's just like, what is the risk? Because nowadays, normally if you in times where we freestyled on like Sonic 2 with like more than 30 kilonewton MBS, there was like a mainline failure basically impossible. It was 1 out of a million that you would have a mainline failure. That was okay, good. Then it doesn't matter how much. Then you could use like a polyester backup below there and have no connection, and it was fine kind of to freestyle on this setup. Nowadays it's like a difference. So you just don't have like this 1 out of a million anymore, but maybe 1 out of 1,000. You could have like this risk of like a mainline failure. So, and this is like just it's more probably that you have a mainline failure, but it doesn't mean that you are like having like a 50-50 chance of your mainline is holding or not holding. And this is like, how much do you go down? And that's like, it is just like performance wise, it is like absolutely brutal in this way. The lighter your line is, the easier it is to freestyle on it. I had webbing, I slacked on a webbing, which was super light, super weak. I'm not sharing to anyone which webbing I used for this one because I know exactly of these problems that people will use it and they do shit with it and they don't actually rig their backup like that it's holding. I also don't use knots anymore on this one. I use a mighty lock because I know I want to have this extra margin, that I want to have my backup absolutely sure that it's holding in case something is happening. I know exactly, I have an intermittent connection. I made my calculations. I rig my backup like this. Another reason for the mighty locks, you can adjust like your backup length exactly to the length. And then if you rigged it correctly, your forces in the backup fall are actually lower than you're doing a leash fall. If you make the right calculations, if you use low stretch backup, backup with like connected to a high stretch mainline, your forces are actually lower doing a backup fall than doing leash falls. And also your sag is most likely lower. That's how you can rig your line safely. But I know that's like advanced rigging, it's not easy, and that's why it's hard to do this. But yes, it's like still you have this in mind. Backup fall can happen. You prepare everything for this, that it will be safe doing a backup fall, but it's not like that we are pushing it too far. If we see our backup is shit, mainland is getting shit, and we retire, I think it's still with like a safety factor of 2 or 3 on the main line. That's still reality, I think, of most freestylers, that they still have like a safety factor of 2 or 3 on the main line for mainline failures. And yeah.
Okay, in this case, I would like to thank Stefan for the 2 talks. And I think I'll turn off the live stream for a second. When do we start again? At 11? Is that correct? Okay. Did someone say something?
Actually, Philip, Walter's talk is now 10:30.
Ah, okay. Well, in that case, we can keep going. So the next talk is from Walter. And yeah, you can start presenting if you want.
Dein Mikrofon ist noch aus, Walter.
Danke, ganz lieb. So, hello everybody. When I was young, I refused rules at all. Now I see it a little bit different. I like good rules, but I still refuse bad rules. So my talk is about rules, and I would like to start with a presentation. Let's try. PowerPoint. Hello. So. Hooray. You see it? Yeah. Okay, this is my clickbait, how to destroy slacklining with a standard. Because if you create the right standard, you can destroy a complete industry. This is, of course, not our target. I like this video because it is my legitimation for talking about slacklines. In 1982, I started with slacklining, and then I make a big break of about 40 years. And then one day, a gang of weird but highly intelligent people came into my laboratory and conquered the coffee machine and used the laboratory also a little bit. And I started to dive into the slacklining community. Still, I cannot slackline, but I like it. Maybe in the next 2 weeks, I will make a vacation. Maybe I will start a little bit slacklining, and I will come to the festival. So I was often I hear this question: why do we need a standard? And I would say, wrong question. Forget this question, because this cartoon is from the 1960s, and the key sentence is here: whoever has a gold makes the rules. And in our community, it's a little bit different. It's not so much about the money in our community, but whoever makes a standard makes the rules. This is a golden rule in every community. And if we don't make the standard, somebody else will do it. And we have, I would say, let's change the question, not why do we need a standard? Who makes a standard? And I would say, hopefully we, because if not, somebody else will. And that's not often very good. I have two examples. One is a personal example. In Dubai, there was a lot of ropes courses to be inspected. I inspected some of them, and there were basically no rules. And suddenly a big competitor approached the government. I don't name it. And suddenly a set of rules was here, the Dubai standard, which only the competitor could fulfill, and one other big players. For example, you need 6 specialists, different specialists, electrician, mechanic, hydromechanic, whatever, for a stupid ropes course. There is a single steel wire cable, nothing else. So I was out of business, of course. That can happen. The Turkey festival case, Thomas, could you tell in some words what happened there? If people don't know here?
I can quickly summarize it. So basically there's, I don't know all the details. Maybe we need to correct some of it afterwards. I couldn't reach the people, but the basic story is this, that everybody knows the THC festival in Kekbeiri in Turkey. And a couple of years ago, the organizers got approached by, I think it was a private entity, and then also the government, telling them that the highlines at the THC now need to be maintained and supervised and double-checked by a company. And the question always was, how did this suddenly happen that they get contacted? And what actually happened is that this private company basically just approached the festival organizers and the local government and told them, well, look, this Highline systems they're building, they pretty much look like ropes courses. And if you look at the ropes courses, these need to be basically set up by professionals and maintained and checked by professionals as well on a regular basis. So we as the company need to do this now, and we would like to start, I don't know, in 3 weeks at your festival with this. And it costs X amount of euros, obviously. So this is a case where like an external private competitor informed the local government on like where they would like to be working and maintaining the Highline system for them, obviously at a high cost. This was one of the starting points of really getting the Turkish Slackline Federation going. So that was a motivation for them to create their own structure and basically being able to link to the ISA with its Highline standard in order to have something to hold against this private competitor and this government entity saying you have to do this and that. At the end, we managed it this way, and we could work with our normal rigors and with our procedures that we have on site, and they didn't have to come to check the system.
That's a good example why we should make standards. And we sometimes forget that all inspection bodies, like the TÜV Süd or whatever, are private companies that have to make a profit, and they use all the means sometimes. So advantage and disadvantage of a standard. First and most important, no one else makes the rules if we make the standard. It makes it easier for authorities. Slacklining, what is that? And then they find something, and if we have a standard, we can check, here is a standard. They are scared people, they want to have safety, and a standard gives them safety. And it's a kind of a legalization. If you stick to the standard and it's the agreement of the community, then it's the best practice of the field, and then you are doing your job well. And also court witnesses have an easier life when there is a standard. Disadvantage, an advantage could be bad practices will disappear over time. That's what we know from the ropes course industry. Not completely, but it helps a lot. Disadvantage, it can make innovation difficult, especially when it's badly written. And people who do not care about rules will have problems. That can be a disadvantage for people like me. And possible new problems can occur with a standard. I will bring examples. About law and order, we have a hierarchy of three categories. We have the laws like the EU PPE regulation, personal protection equipment. This is a law, you cannot ignore it. Maybe in Switzerland, when you are not member of the EU, but not in the rest of the EU world. You can be punished if you don't follow the PPE regulation. You have Euro standards. Again, I don't know how they are applicable in Switzerland. And you have standards of organizations like ISA. And if there is no law and no Euro standard, then the ISO standard would be the law, the regulation. And even if there are laws and Euro standards, the ISO standard has a very important role. There is a basic law. If you create a danger, you're responsible. That maybe sound different in different laws, but in every country in the Western world, this is a basic principle. And if you build a slackline, you're creating a possible danger. And if you declare a competence, like I rig this Highline, then you declare I'm competent for this, and then your obligation is, it's mandatory that you have this competence and learn it. You cannot say, I didn't know. And if you build a slackline, you're responsible for it when others than you use it. That's a basic law. The responsibilities of something that is built. The first responsibility is from the builder. The second is from the owner when he's not the same like the builder. The third is the operator. And the fourth is the trainer and supervisor. You can delegate responsibilities, but in doubt, it's the builder. So if you cannot prove, hey, I sold this, or I put this over, handed this over to somebody else, if you cannot prove it, and you built it, then at the end, you're responsible for everything that you built there, and you have to prove that the other person like changed it. This is your business to prove it. Euro standards that may be relevant for our industry. It's a playground. If it's public accessible for everybody, then, and I don't know about Switzerland, but the rest of the world, if it's public accessible, you have to stick to the playground standard, which is sometimes not easy. You can move to the ropes course standard if there is limited access and some supervision. Maybe amusement park. This is where participants are completely passive. Now you will say, hey, this is not possible in our industry. But don't forget, there are legal bodies who have no clue about anything. And if there is no other standard or a bad court witness, he takes some thing that looks similar. Hey, they have a big festival, so it must be amusement parks. So a slackline is a playground if public accessible. It's a ropes course if there is limited access. And if it's longer than 7 days in place, the 7 days are not a clear rule. 10 days are also okay. But if it's there for 3 months or half a year, then for sure you could fall under the ropes course regulations. And it may be the amusement park if authorities decide, and this is not funny. So make sure that you're strong enough to prevent authorities or anybody to think that a festival of slacklining has anything to do with an amusement park, because that would be the end of slacklining. So, example of a bad standard is a ropes course standard. Thomas asked me, hey, you could take the ropes course standard, you know about it, and what can we learn from the ropes course standard? Most of it you can learn how not to make a standard. I bring an example. The serious injury is defined in the standard as fractures other than to fingers, thumbs, and toes. So if you break your ankle, then it's a serious injury. And in another, for example, the emergency, it's a brake system that controls participants without causing serious injury or death. So the problem is a broken ankle or a wrist is a proof that the ropes course is not according to the standard and badly built. This is a big problem in the ropes course standard, and it's not very often, but there are legal cases where the court witness has to say, yeah, it's not according to the standard. Example of a good standard, playground. In the forward, children need to learn to cope with risk, and this can lead to bumps and bruises, and even occasionally a broken limb. This is very interesting. The ropes course standard does not allow a broken limb, but the playground standard allows it. And some people in the community of the ropes courses try to change the forward in the ropes course standard to the playground forward. It would help a lot. There is a very normal, let's say, competence or something between manufacturers and users and safety, a natural thing. Because a safety issue can ruin your company. As we heard before, especially in small companies, even if you win or would win the legal case, it costs so much time and energy and money that you have to give up at some point and say, okay, I lost. The Eurocode commissions are dominated by big manufacturers because it's very expensive to make a Eurocode and to participate in the committee, and therefore only the big players can afford it. And the users, people like ISA would also be there for the users, are only one voice normally. And there is a rule: the more complicated the standard, the more it helps big companies. So it eliminates small companies. For example, ropes course standard requires static calculations, 2,000 euros. Tree inspection, 2,000 euros. Inspection body, 2,000 euros. So if you would fall under the ropes course standard and you build one highline between two trees, 6,000 euros are gone. And this is why small companies in the ropes course industry, because there are also small constructions with only one rope between one cable between two trees, they just cannot afford it. And so a good standard doesn't require anything that is not really possible, necessary. So a good standard focuses on safety. A bad standard focuses on creating a monopoly. A good standard contains measurable things like this. This is very easy to measure, to check, to inspect. A bad standard has formulations like this: moving parts shall be designed to limit the risk of injury, or even worse in the ropes course standard, to prevent serious injuries. How should that be possible? Just try to create a padding for bouldering, where it's mandatory that no one can break any limb. You know that if you fall down walking, you can break your wrist or the arm. And so this would not be possible to fulfill. A good standard improves fast. So whenever there is a new danger, then if necessary, the standard should be changed. A bad standards like the Eurocode improves every 5 years or never. Recently, the DIN, the German Standardization Committee, refused to improve the ropes course standard because they decided it's a good standard, it's good enough. Although the whole community says it is a catastrophe. So be sure that you can improve it fast. A good standard enables innovation. For example, with sentences, any solution that is equal or better than in this standard can be used. A bad standard prevents innovation, for example, when there is too much how to build in it. And I know that many people ask for, hey, give us guidelines. Yeah, the ISA can provide some installation manuals for a good Highline, but be careful with too much how to build, because innovations could be prevented by too much how to build. That should be taken out of the standard and put in different papers. Content of a good standard. I would suggest simple static calculations. Like in the ropes course standard, you could, for every ropes course up to 500 meters span, which is a lot, you could say 10% sag, you can use a 12 millimeter steel wire cable with some specifications. Then you would not need any static calculations. That was not done in the ropes course standard, so we have to use to take a static engineer. We could, it should contain limits. Like in the previous presentations, you do not need to cover the world record in your standard. You should define up to X meters highlining. You can apply these rules. I did some very simple calculations to help my customers, which they can use, which look very, very complicated, but are very simple to use to help small companies to get to static calculations, for example. But this is my personal hobby. So a good standard asks for, and these are examples, it asks for simple static calculations. So people should not just rig anything and do anything. For example, they did the world record for tow paddle, rope pulling. Two parties are pulling on one rope. The world record with 5,000 children. And a rope like this broke. A very, very simple calculation where you only multiply 20 kilos, which somebody can pull by 5,000, would have brought the result, hey, that can break. And that is not rocket science. And a couple of kids were killed and many injured by snapping with 5,000 people pulling. So simple static calculations where no engineer is required. It should contain what not to use when there is a clear sign you should not use, for example, aluminum climbing carabiners, especially angle loaded. And this should be a result of the accident analysis. So not what to use, because that could prevent innovation, but what not to use, because it caused accidents. And my recommendation, when you do some festivals, then make sure you have an external independent inspection. That must not be an inspection body or something like the TUV. It should be a competent person that follows a procedure. It is not involved in the construction, so it's not blindfolded. And it shall not be financially involved in the project. If you stick to these rules, then it could be a friend of yours, competent to inspect. And it prevents all the things we know that causes accidents because the inspector is financially involved, or he has constructed it by him or herself, or there is no clear procedure and they didn't inspect a very important part. By the way, the word shall is a typical standard word and means you must do it. It's many times wrong translated. So this is a must do. And it should contain a procedure for daily inspection and regular inspection after, let's say, we know that where it takes 2,000 people, it becomes dangerous. We need to inspect every 2,000 people or whatever. The goals of a standard, to summarize, make products comparable. This is a very important thing, that if I buy a product with this label, then I can compare it to another product with the same label. Make products fit for use and save over usage time. So all standards should contain some wear, like the rope, the climbing rope standard has the fall test, which has nothing to do with reality, but the fall test makes sure that you can use a climbing rope as long as it is not destroyed, visibly destroyed. So this is a good standard, for example. It should create a fair market, that unsafe products should not have an advantage. Sometimes unsafe products are cheaper to produce. And if consumers compare, hey, there is a cheap product and of course they sell it, it must be good. If there is no standard that makes clear this does not fulfill the standard, then it could help that unsafe products do not have an advantage. The customers can rely on a label when it's good. And very important, authorities and government have guidelines. These are goals a standard should fulfill. And that authorities have guidelines is you have to do something for it. Not only create a standard, but go to authorities, go to the government bodies and present them, hey, here is a standard. And by the way, here is a, let's say, competent person who can talk to you if you have questions. So, a member of a standard commission, after long and tiring discussions, stated, it was in German, I translated this, the reality is nice to have, but it doesn't help us here. Which sounds very funny, because the standard should have to do something with reality, but not necessarily, because when you look at the goals, it should make sure that it lasts for the whole usage time. So it can require much higher values than the reality brings, because it should include the usage time where the breaking load will reduce. So it's not a goal of a standard to mirror reality. By the way, this is my end. I moved to here. Here is Munich, here is Salzburg. I'm now in the middle of nowhere. And I moved also my laboratory. So the coffee machine has moved to Salzburg from Vienna. If you want to visit me, I'm closer to Switzerland. And I moved the whole machine and everything. And you're welcome to visit me here when I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Walter, for this beautiful talk. Who's the official moderator, actually? Philip?
You.
Philip, are you still in the call?
Yes, I'm still in the call. I just
Sure,
had to
we
put
have
Noah to bed.
questions for
Yeah.
for Walter. Do you have one to start with?
Sorry, I don't have a question right now.
No problem.
Or did you ask whether I saw someone ask a question?
Does somebody in the room have a question here?
Actually, I do have a question. Sorry. So, in your experience, how often does it happen that, as you said, you have a court witness that gets it completely wrong, where the court appoints someone who is maybe very far away from the actual industry or the field where the standards that should be applied?
Happens often, quite often. And even if it's a person from the field, in Austria, the court witness system is very good organized, governmental organized, not like in Germany, I don't know in Switzerland. But anyway, they make mistakes, and it's up to the court system and to the legal advisor, the attorney, to ask the right questions to the court witness. So yes, don't rely on court witnesses. It very often happens that they say wrong things. Use the legal system.
Thanks. I think Toby has a question.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Can I play devil's advocate? And for Walter, you mentioned that why it's good to have a standard. Let's say, I'm a manufacturer, and I do what I do. I'm really reliable, and I try really my best to do it very well. And the customers say, look, he has not applied for a standard. If he does some shit or bad work in his product, he will just be over with his entire company. So this is an insurance for me that works well. What do you say to this argument?
I didn't really understand the argument, but I have a bad news for you from the ropes course industry. From my experience with a lot of cases in the ropes course industry, it would be better not to follow the safety regulations. You save a lot of money. You put the money into a pot, and the probability of an accident where you need some money is very low. So you can get away for it, probably. And if there is a legal case, then you have a big pot of money which you can give to the, make was heißt Vergleich? An agreement, an external out-court agreement.
A settlement.
So this is the bad news from the ropes course industry. So I just recommend follow your philosophy and look, if you can look in the mirror, and if you want to sleep well, and if it is your motivation to make good products, then do the best, but not for legal reasons and money saving reasons in court cases.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking for the right argument for people convince why a standard is good. And I sometimes hear they say, look, this is a small supplier, he cannot afford to do any bad product. He will not exist anymore if something happens. And I'm just searching for a good argument why he still should try to apply for a standard. That's why I asked this question that way.
If you're in, it depends on the culture. If you're in Germany, then this is not a question because customers ask for some label. If you're in other countries, that may not be the case. I don't know in Switzerland how many people ask for a label, but in Germany you cannot sell anything without a label. And it must have a TÜV certificate stamp on it, or a similar thing. And when the brand ISA is doing a good job, then the public will know it. It's like the UIAA label in the climbing community. It's actually not necessary anymore. The UIAA label in Europe, it's not necessary, but still people ask for it. They made a good marketing. And ISA, there is no alternative to ISA right now, as I see it, and it's only a marketing thing that the consumers know the ISA label. But there is, I don't know any other argument for labeling, because you don't need a label to make very good products.
Yeah. So I think what is important is what you mentioned before. As long as there is no EN standard, there is no law or standard actually in case of some accident would be the point of contact for authorities, or in case of accidents, let's say a gear failure is involved or a rigging mistake, they would come to us, ask about the standard, and also ask about the, like, what we teach, for example, in a rigging certificate. So is this the standard way of doing it? So people would or have approached us with these questions because there's nothing else to go to, right? So that's a strong argument to have something and that you can rely on in case of incidents.
Yeah, but a small warning: watch out that you don't miss that somebody else makes a Euro standard at the same time, and you miss it. You must be in the committee, otherwise.
Yes, but then also to for that committee to form, they need to invite manufacturers. They have to have the manufacturers in this committee. They cannot do it without them. The manufacturers would have to pay, as it has happened with the DIN standard. And they also have to tell the international body, if there is one. So
yeah,
they cannot just do it without asking us. We can say no, we can refuse to be part of this, but they have to ask us.
Yeah, that's the theory. I have a good example for a standard that was put on the side of all these bodies because it was put to another committee, and you were not, the community was not on the list of this other committee, and suddenly there was a standard. Can help. So this is politics. Standards are politics, especially Euro standards. In ISA, you can reduce politics to a minimum, as long as you don't go public with it. So going public with it is politics, but Euro standards are only politics.
I have a question to the DIN standard. I know from Tom, it's now 10 years ago, the Slackline standard, the 79400. And Tom told me it should be revisioned after 10 years. Is this true, or where do we know it that this will happen, or how can we be sure that it will be not reviewed without us?
You can never be sure, but if there is an official member in the standard committee, you must be informed if there is a if the committee starts working on a standard again.
Maybe Philip, you can say something about this.
Yeah, we went to the DIN 4 years ago, maybe. And yes, technically it's up for revision, but none of the current members are interested in revising it. So from what I know, the only sort of alive manufacturer that's still in there is Slackline Tools. And Slackline Tools makes no innovation, or let's not say it this way, but they don't make new products to anyone inside the Slackline community. They make products for gyms and schools and stuff, and they have no interest in changing anything because they were largely responsible for making it in the first place. So I don't think there will be a revision, but if we contact the dean, we could ask for one. If that's something that the safety partners are interested in, it's no problem to go there and ask them.
Don't forget the bill attached to this. If you want to do a revision of such a standard, you have to become part of this committee, which is several thousand euros per manufacturer and per federation. I don't think we're going to be free in this process, so it's going to be quite some work. Somebody has to pay for revising this standard. They're not going to do it by themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, in general, I have to say the standard. I mean, in the beginning, I was really, I need to get into a bit. But with time and time, I don't think it is absolutely a bad standard because there is not too much in it. That's good. And honestly, I don't have really major points that I would change. If someone of you maybe have other thoughts on the Dean standard, I'm happy to hear that.
No, I think that the way it's tested, it's actually, the question I often ask myself is what does it actually exclude? I think what it excludes is super static webbing. That's what it does. And big ratchets. And these are just not being standardized. It's not the aim of the standard. So we have not heard from manufacturers that they really want to change it right now. Yeah. So if there are no other questions, Toby, we have not played your video yet, and we have about 10 minutes. Or do you guys need a pause? If not, you could just play your video and we could have a small discussion about this topic because I think it's very close to what we're just talking about.
Absolutely, yeah, that would be great, and I can easily answer a question, and or if I didn't be very precise in the video, you can ask me after that again. Okay.
Can you play the video and just screen share it to us?
Oh, that's interesting. So you should now see my screen, right? Can you see it?
Yes, but there's no sound.
Oh, wait. Really no sound or just very low? Sorry.
Try to make the video as loud as possible, maybe.
Ah, okay, that could help. Can you hear it now? Okay. Is there sound? And I stopped it now, but before was there?
No, sorry, I didn't hear anything. Where did you send us the video? On Discord?
No, I sent it on WhatsApp to Tom, but I can try to send it on Discord.
Well, or send it on WhatsApp to me, or I don't know. Maybe I can get it running with some sound here. We had the same problem yesterday, right?
Maybe there is some hidden restriction I send it per WhatsApp to Philip. Moment. Yeah, otherwise I do just the presentation again. It's not that
True.
It's a big problem.
It's maybe easier.
It's maybe easy. It's okay if I start. I don't know if you want to see me. Yeah, wait. Maybe I can do something that you might see a bit. I share the video. Maybe I can make just the drawing again. So, okay, change to the other side. Yeah, let's try. Just a minute. Very rudimentary task, but I try my best. Okay. Tom asked me to presentate something about some issue with the falling height in Slackline, especially in public places and so on. So the reason is that we have the BFU. The BFU, they made a document about Freizeitanlagen in public spaces, so free time sport places in public spaces. And there is written that Slackline needs to be fixed below or equal 60 centimeter. 60 centimeter. So that means if we have a tree, so this is really the fixing height of the 60 centimeter. And now, where did the BFU get this 60 centimeter? Yes, there is this DIN standard, the 79400. And there, it's interesting. There is not written something about 60 centimeter. There is just written that the manufacturer need to define the using height. So the using height. And now it gets interesting. This is something that Walter or other people might be very expert to interpretate the standard. So in my opinion, the user height is not necessarily the fixing height, because I made the new manual for our standard Slackline, and before we had just defined the using height here. But in my interpretation, the using height, if your Slackline has mostly sag, using height is here, where the user stands. So this needs to be below or equal 60 centimeter. And now we have defined this in the manual as well, because especially when you have rodeo line, it's super hard to get higher or on the end of the rodeo line if it's very high. So you can really walk maybe barely 10 or 20% of the slack line if it's really a steep rodeo line. Okay, so this is one question we might be later ask everybody how to interpret, but it's just a try for me that you can switch publication of the BFU, that they change it from the fixing height to the using height as it is defined in the standard. Okay, the DIN standard, let's write it down because manufacturer or other people, it might be really an important number to know this. There is defined if it's on public places, it needs to fulfill the Spielplatz norm, the playground norm. And it's quite a big standard. I just was looking there for this number. And there you find the 60 centimeter that is defined. That's, above 60 centimeters needs to be a special ground. All below that doesn't matter. In my opinion, even, the norm norm even allows concrete, and so I would not recommend even by 60 centimeters on concrete ground, but doesn't matter. It's just this way defined. And yeah, there where you get the 60 centimeter, that it needs to be a special ground that is has some protection if you have falling height. Good. One important thing: where does it slackline now? What kind of gear or installation does slackline fall? That's also a question I asking me, because 60 centimeter falling height, if you have just something here that is fixed, like a climbing tower or whatever, 60 centimeter or below, it's fine. There's one exception. If you have a slide, let's say a slide here, it can be even lower that you need a falling ground, because it is named as a forced direction. And this is a bit the question about the standard or the interpretation of the BFU. If they say, okay, forced direction, if you look on jump lining or something like this, you can really say, okay, it's really a jumping device like a trampoline, and you have, it needs to be special caution. But if we can explain to the government, the BFU, that slacklining in general is not jump lining, that we have different disciplines, we might have a chance to change this falling height thing a bit, that it's not the fixing height. That's very important. Yes, and there's another thing about the ground, how the ground needs to be. If you want to realize slackline park or so, the BFU just mentioned it needs to be a soft ground, for example, grass. And if you look up grass in the grass ground in the Spielplatznorm, it's written that it can be allowed even to 1 meter height without additional testing, and it's fine as a precaution for falling height. I think this point is quite also interesting. If you need to argue for a slackline park why the slackline is now fixed higher than 60 centimeters, you can even say, okay, but it's grass, so we can. It's another angle, another point of view to argue. I really prefer that we go for the user height thing, and not the fixing height. But there's another way around it, that you can say if you have grass, it don't needs to be tested. It can be up to 1 meter. Yes. Yeah, this is the thing about falling height. I just make a short switch to the falling space. You might know in Slacktivity we built quite some slackline parks, and often there's the question, if you have just 2 poles, it's clear you have just 1 slackline. We do a lot with the slackline poles, about 3. 1 slackline, okay, that's clear. The falling round, the falling space that is defined in the Spielplatz norm, in the playground norm, says, yeah, it depends also how in which category of gear you point the slackline. So let's say it's a jumping device or something else, then it needs to be 1.50 meter to each side. So this looks okay. All right. Okay, what can you say about this? From our point of view, if you know slacklining, the slackline in the beginning and the end is quite static. So even if it's a jump line or so, you cannot really that much to the side. So we can tell or propose maybe, I don't know if it makes more complicated or anything, but we can propose that the falling space is not just 1.50 meter to the side, but the shape maybe like this. Yeah, it's a bit bad that I draw it 3D a bit, but you can imagine that here in the middle, you really need this 1.5 meters to the side. But here on the beginning, the falling possibility to the side is quite low or comparable to a fixed playground thing. Yeah, this is one thing. And another thing is, why I mentioned this, because often we do slackline parks with poles, not just 2 poles, maybe 3, because this opens more possibility. I'll take another color. Because you have to fix only 3 poles and you have directly 3 slacklines. This saves money and gives more possibilities and also more possibility for the space. Yeah, that's also a question about interpretation, because the playground norm says it is okay that falling space can cross. Yeah, it's bad written, but you see here, this crosses from the line here to the line here, the falling space. That's fine. And it's even also okay in my interpretation that there is a slack line. Let's say you stand on this slack line and you fall on the side where there is a slack line. It's even okay because it's, yeah, the slack line is soft. And yeah, there are other comparable things. For example, when you have a climbing tower with rope, it is also okay to fall on another rope. It even decreases the falling height there. That's why it's possible to build quite high rope towers, because the children can only, if you know these rope towers where you have a lot of ropes, cross, cross, cross. When you fall here, down, you fall on the next rope. So it's not the falling height entirely from here to there. It's just to the next rope. Yes, that's, yeah, so I'm not really an expert in interpretation of these norms, but I really try my best to read through, and I hope, yeah, with my interpretation, I'm not wrong, that we can still do some slackline parks where you can fix several slacklines on the same pole and make such beautiful parks that are used more often. Okay, yes, just, yeah, that's basically what I made in the video. If you have questions about it or comments that I might be wrong with my interpretation or things that are critical, I'm happy to hear. Just that we know, Tom and I already working on a document to define different slackline categories. Just for example, we have the playground slacklines that need to be okay for children as well. There we have just the standard slacklines and rodeo slacklines. There we have just to fight about user height things and not fixing height things. And then other categories like really for federation, for clubs, where you go there who are not public, but there you need to fix the line every time and it's not already there. I really think it's a very important thing that in public spaces, if possible, the slack lines are always fixed there, because people will use it much more and the accessibility is much higher. But just in special cases for long lining and jump lining, it's not possible. But I think for normal slack lines, standard slack lines, and the rodeo lines, slack lines, it's okay to realize them permanently in open public spaces. Okay, that's basically my presentation. Sorry for the quality. Okay, have anybody some question?
Thanks, Toby. I think it's a nice example how we kind of work with standards, right? So there are existing standards, and we have to take care that we are involved in the process of interpreting these standards correctly, maybe in the future even changing them. So if we just stay passive on the topic of standards, the best example is just not somebody else will do it for us and define how high a slackline can be fixed in a public park. So we need to like input our expertise on what a fixing height or a using height is, and what the differences are for being able to slackline in public parks. So that's a really like nice example of how we have to actively deal with standards. Otherwise, it would just be forbidden to put slacklines in a public park. That's like the other solution. Anybody else? Comments, questions? Okay, thanks, Toby. So it's 11:35. My presentation would start now-ish. That's okay, if everybody can still bear without a pause. How many people are we here? 6. Please speak up if you need a pause, like 5-10 minutes. Otherwise, I think I would just continue. And my presentation will more be a bit informal, and I will present it directly in the Google Docs. Maybe show some pictures. Okay, if we continue, thumbs up. Okay, no objection. Go for it. Okay, good one. All right, let me share my screen quickly.
One second, Thomas. I have to unpin Toby for the stream, but it doesn't let me. 1 second. Why can't I unpin Toby? Okay, I'll just hang up and I'll be right back. There we go. Okay, I think it's looking good. Yeah. If you want, you can start.
Okay. So my presentation will be on the current state of what we call the Highline system standard, ISA 21. This has been created, I believe, 2 years ago. And since then, we've published it. It's publicly available. It's a free standard. And we have now, in the last 2 years, worked with a couple people to revise this standard and update it. And I would like to present in general the standard and then what changes we have, which are still suggestions, and we can definitely discuss these suggestions now and in the future before they are officially uploaded to our website. So starting with the document, so it's a version 3 now, as I said, about 2 years in revision. What you can see here, just a quick overview of the document. It says 22 pages, and everything that you can see in what? Yeah, I'll do it afterwards. Everything you can see in yellow are the changes from the last version. So there's been some adaptations, and the further down I go in the standard, the more is still questioned. But this just gives you a general feeling. Everything that is yellow is being changed. So how much we changed from the last version. Good. So basically, what is this standard about? So it's not a standard that describes a testing procedure or a testing protocol like our other gear standards, but it is the standard where we define the Highline system, its components, dimensions, and loads. That's the aim of the standard. Right now, not included in this standard are any questions of supervision or maintenance. Okay, so these are two questions which we don't address yet in this version of the standard. All right, so I'm not going to go into all the details. I maybe just want to jump to the nitty-gritty things which have changed. The main graphic of this whole, now I can zoom in a bit, of this whole Highline system is this one. Hope you can see it. And it basically is an overview graphic that shows the main components of a Highline system. These are drawn very generally because they can, in detail, look very different. And without going into too much detail, the main thing we have changed is basically added is number 18, the signalization as a part of the Highline system. This can be done very differently and is not in every case obligatory, but we wanted to introduce it to the Highline system definition because in many cases it is actually legally necessary to signalize the Highline. So that's a new add-on to this graphic. Everything else here has remained the same. I just want to put the focus on one thing, which is number 12 and 9. 9 being primary anchoring material and 12 being secondary anchoring material. So one of the key elements we define as components of a Highline system is an anchor backup. How this is constructed, you can see here on the left side in the drawing. 9 and 12 are also here. This could maybe be, for example, a tree or some infrastructure element, and the main line basically is attached to it, and then the backup is also attached to it in a redundant fashion. So one of the key elements of this Highline system is that it has a primary and a secondary anchoring material. We can go a little bit into more detail afterwards what this means. One of the main reasons why we really had to revise the standard is number 3. Number 3 is what we right now call intermittent connection. So it's a type of connection which is happening along main and backup line, which I will go into in more detail just now. I think the main focus for this talk will be on this number 3. And the previous talks from Stefan and so on have also already addressed these things. So without going into these detailed definitions, which you're very open to read and look at, I'll just jump to the appendix because that's, I think, where this is described nicely. What we talk about here in this appendix is recommendations for MBS for intermittent connections. And the first thing we need to do is we need to talk about what is an intermittent connection and what is an intermittent connector. So one simple way to define this is you can look at the different types of connections we have in our Highline systems. And one type of connection that everybody knows is a mainline connection. We have two such mainline connections we commonly use. Maybe to just show the examples, a newer version, which is now being pushed by a couple manufacturers, are what we call soon mainline to another mainline. Some call it like a soon pillow, or even historically it was often called a soon Frankenstein or sandwich. So this is really a mainline and the mainline joining together. That's what we call a joining point. And the other type of mainline connection is what we call a splitting point. So this would be two soon loops connected by a quick link or a soft shackle. So what you see now here in the comment section is that for these mainline connections, we recommend to maintain the strength of the Zoom loops, which right now we define quite conservatively as 80% of the MBS webbing. So in numbers, it's this here. For those who are not familiar with our types, so in our webbing standard, we define 4 webbing types: type A+, type A, type B, and type C. These are strength categories. And what you see here is already 80% of this strength category. So type A+ MBS requirement is for actually 40 kilonewton. And for this joining point, the 80% will be these 32 kilonewton. Okay, so what I first want to say is that we are basically just looking at mainline connections, and this is what we would recommend as like a minimum MBS for these mainline connections. Joining points will always be soon, and splitting points, as I mentioned, are connected with quick-link soft shackle, and the requirement for such a Highline connector, in this case, our recommendation would be 32 kilonewton. So looking at a picture of something like this, down here you can see this type X joining point, so this would be a soon connection. And this one here, you mean the one? Yeah. So this would be a joining point for, oh, sorry. This is actually not type X, this is wrong. Yeah, you're right. So the ones we were looking at is this one here. So the soon sandwich or Frankenstein line, so mainline to mainline. That's this case, or the case of a splitting point would be this connection with soon loop. So the ones I just talked about, sorry, are these two here. Okay, cool. So these two here would correspond to what we have up here as joining points, splitting points between mainline and mainline. And then another type of intermittent connections are mainline backup connections. There it gets a bit more complicated because we actually can find 4 different types of such mainline backup connections. We can find these joining points, which are the type X I just showed below. So this one here, type X, is a joining point between main and backup. Then we have splitting points. So this would be like 2 soft shackles with or a quick link and a soft shackle joining main and backup. So this would be, for example, a double soft shackle connection, which you see in this picture. And we all know there's different ways to do this, but it's this type I'm referring to here. So mainline and backup connections as a splitting point. Then we have what we call fractioning points. So this, we informally call this T-loops, Dura-la-vidas, or fractios. So one example is here, like a T-loop connection. This could also be Dura-la-vida to T-loop, or Dura-la-vida, or it could also be fractios, which are basically 2 zone loops facing towards each other, as we, for example, see it with Y2K from Slacktivity, and some other brands start doing this as well now. So these will be fractioning points as mainline backup connections. And actually the 4th type of mainline backup connections, as we all know, are the tapes. And we call them here backup support points. So basically what they are in most cases adhesive tapes, but we also know they can be Velcro, rubber, even weak stitching, or like pieces of rope supporting the backup holding to the main line. So these are the 4 types of mainline backup connections we decipher. In terms of the backup support points, we did not put any minimum recommendations in terms of strength yet. And we probably will also not do that for now because we don't have enough data. But for joining, splitting, and fractioning points, so mainline backup connections, compared to the mainline connections which we just looked at, okay. The main aspect we can discuss here is basically lowering the strength of this connection, as well as lowering the strength of the connector needed to connect a mainline to a backup compared to a mainline to a mainline. The reason for this, obviously, is that this backup will, in any case, only be once or twice in case of a rescue. So that's the reasoning behind lowering breaking strength of mainline backup connections compared to mainline connections. And as you see also here, we basically differentiate from the type of webbing. So the strength of the webbing is relevant for lowering the amount of lowering of the strength of these connections. And the main philosophy, as I already mentioned in the talk before, is actually that we recommend a minimum safety factor 2 between the actual forces in case of a backup fall and the MBS of the connection. And now to explain how this then in practical terms works, is that this is basically a decision of the rigger, right? So the rigger has to kind of estimate the maximum forces on his backup fall, and then has to estimate a safety factor 2 of the current state of his webbing, right? Because this can degrade over time, and then this would be the recommendation we end up with. Below that, we would then consider unsafe, or yeah. So that's the main discussion I would like to have within this standard. Basically discriminating mainline connections from mainline backup connections, and then the whole discussions we just had before in terms of knots. Because we measure a lot lower forces in knots on falls where we have nylon or PA mainlines, we could therefore also lower the recommendations for knots in backups connected to these PA mainlines. So the whole thing now gets actually quite complicated, as you see, but I think it's an important discussion to have in terms of how weak we want to go on backups, especially because one of the main products that will come up in the future for freestyle highlining will be these main polyamide highlines with probably like one stitch type X in the middle to a weaker polyester backup, right? So what these values actually justify is to use a weaker polyester backup in case you have this one soon connection, let's say in type X, in your freestyle rig. So that's actually one justification for that. And when it comes to liability, Stefan, what you mentioned, so as a manufacturer, you are liable if you find these low results. You have to publish them. You have to warn the public. Absolutely correct. But then also you can cite such a standard, and basically where are the values you measured? I think it was rainbow, right? I think rainbow is, if I have it correctly, type A webbing. So a knot should have a minimum of 12 kilonewton strength in order to fulfill this standard right now. And that's actually possible with the measurements you made. Not if you do the full MBS standard deviation calculation, then you might get under 12, but that's just the recommendation we would put out now. So just to compare how we have this currently defined right now in the ISA 41, which is the webbing standard, we just defined, I think it was like 2 years ago, when T-loops came up, we defined that a T-loop has to hold 12 kilonewton. Okay. And what we're doing here now is we are really differentiating between different webbing types, and that's actually in ultra low stretch webbing, these joining points, splitting points, and fractioning points need to be way stronger than 12 kilonewton. And actually in polyamide, they can be weaker than 12 kilonewton, so down to 9. Toby, you have a question? Or is your hand still raised from before?
Yes, no. I have questions. Very good. Cool. I have 5 minutes, then my kids come home, so it's good to have. My question is, for example, the red tube. The red tube webbing, it's a type A in breaking strength of the mainline webbing itself. It's even A+, just a loop, you know, just the rating, A+ strength. And the T loop would be below 12 kilonewton because, you know, of the sigma of the 3 standard deviation, it will be around maybe 10 or so, or 9, but for sure over 9. And my question now is, are these, it's just the lowest strength class, the one that defines the entire strength class, or do you differ between this, that you say, okay, it's a type A strength class webbing, but the intermediate connection are only type strength class type C? Or how do you deal with this? Well, yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Right now, this is not defined. So right now, you could have your red tube type A, and so then the T loop will fall under this one, right? Under type C intermittent connection. So the question is how to link the strength of the main lines to these strengths of intermittent connections.
Yeah,
I think this is currently undefined.
Okay. Because yeah, there are 2 ways. The one way we can do it is just say, okay, sorry, then it's not type A anymore because of the weaker intermediate connection. It will be in the end a type C webbing. Mm-hmm. Or we can do it the way, that's just my opinion, that we add another strength class that rated just the intermediate connection. So I don't know. It's hard. I don't want to make it too complicated, but I don't see no other way around. So that would be in the end for the user. It's a type A strength class webbing, but it's a type C strength class intermediate connection. I mean, it also depends what kind of backup you need. So this also can make sense. Yeah, my thoughts to it.
Yeah, so I think what we cannot do is like if you go to the ultra low stretch example, right? Let's take like a Dyneema webbing. And in that case, you can generate way larger forces in the backup. Which means that actually there is a link between the mainline strength and or at least mainline stretch and the forces in the backup fold. So I'm not sure if we can completely decouple the two, because you could then argue, yeah, for my Dyneema webbing, I could only have a type C intermittent connection, right? That's like a T loop or something, but that's actually not going to be enough then. So I think this is, do you know what I mean?
Complicated. Yeah.
Let me just think if we have thought about this already somewhere. Yeah, but this is a really good input. We have to talk about like how are these linked together, right? The strength of the webbing itself and the strength of the intermittent connection. Currently, my thought process more went in the way that these are actually connected to each other. And if you have such a mainline strength, you need a minimum of strength of the intermittent connection. But maybe this is wrong thought process.
Yeah, just in this case, yeah, it wasn't in the past. It was this way. But if I have, for example, the red tube, and in this case, if you link it, it will not pass the test for red tube with a T loop because the T loop is type C. But
or the other way around, right? Your mainline strength is just lower to this type C.
Okay. So then we say, okay, red2 passes, but it's type C entirely because of the weak intermediate connection, right?
Does that mean that you're saying that red2 with the T loops is less safe than red2 without the T loops, and you want type C and type A, so it doesn't make sense either.
My presumption while we were working on this was that the actual connections or the T loops, would be rated into a different class, right? Yeah, I don't like type, like class, right? So your red2 will be class A, but the T loop will be class C, but that class C might not exist for Dyneema webbing backups, right? Like we just would disallow them the same way we disallow class C Dyneema in general. So you would maybe as a manufacturer advertise the webbing itself, and you can advertise the connector or intermittent connector as a separate class. So when we bring the webbing, we would say this is type A webbing as a class C backup or class C connector. And
yeah,
it makes it complicated, but we're already talking about two things, right?
Yes.
To tightly couple them too much would be to introduce some problems in describing the main thing. But yes, this is still just a lot of discussion that we have to have. But I think that's just like that's just one little area that we have to figure out still.
Materials.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something I will present, which is linked to this afterwards, is that basically we're thinking of not certifying all materials under these types anymore. So there's going to be exclusions for type C, for example. So there will not be a type C Dyneema webbing, right? We don't want that.
But we already have this.
Yeah, that's in there.
Yeah, that's in the standard already. Yeah, we changed that already. But that's a change in the standard that I will present. So these are also new, and these are linked to these questions of intermittent connections, right? And so in general, I think my main questions to you guys is, do you agree that it makes sense, number one, to have lower values for mainline backup connections as comparison to mainline connections, with the reasoning that they will only be used once and maybe a second time for rescue? That's number one. That's how it is done in other industries, like in the cable car industries, for example. Backups are always way weaker than the part that has to carry all the wear and tear all the time, or cyclic loading and so on. So one reason to lower the backup strength. And also, if we look at the reality of how setups are being constructed now, it's also going in this direction anyway. So it's something we have to adapt with sooner or later. And rather sooner, because then we have like some influence on how weak we really want to go on these mainline backup connections. And then linked with this is also the question of the connector, right? So the mainline connector, we right now defined as a minimum of 32 kilonewton MBS, and the mainline backup connector, so that's like the Mayo connecting the two T loops, for example, should a minimum be 24 kilonewton. So these are like the main changes we are proposing to categorize this difference between mainline and mainline backup connection, and then also to differentiate depending on the strength, or like we could still call it type here, the type of the intermittent connection. If this and how this is related to the mainline webbing is still up for discussion. Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have some questions. You reduced mainline connection to a value below mainline strength. So this makes, I assume this makes possible some kind of sewings like this, what was proposed, pink tube main with a red tube thing in the middle. Why should this be weaker than the main line itself? This makes no reasonable sense to me, to be honest.
Yeah, so it's based on the concept that our zone loops have to be a minimum of 80% of the strength of the main line. That's a definition we started a long time ago. It's a very conservative value, and I know you can reach a lot more than 80%, but that's like the value we recommend as a minimum. So for us, it doesn't make sense to go stronger than that value with these connections along the main line in that case.
But this weakens the main.
Because the loops should have the same value.
Yes.
I didn't hear you.
The loops at the end, like the assumed loops at the end, should have the same value as that connection in the middle. It could be down to 80% of the strength.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. The difference, in my opinion, is that the loops themselves hardly see as much UV and wear influence as the middle of the webbing.
Well, the middle of the webbing or the connection? Are you talking about the connection?
These connections, these main connections will probably happen in the middle of the webbing.
Yes.
This is the part where we in freestyle rigs see probably the most kind of UV and wear. And I think for a soon loop end, it makes total sense to go to the 80% because this mostly happens in the end parts of the line. So like fixation at the anchor. But in the center of the line where we see lots of wear and lots of UV influence, I'm a bit skeptical to go lower than the 22 that we have right now.
Okay, I think what you also have to see that we're not only talking about these type X here, but we're also talking about the splitting point. So we're talking in this definition, we have two things. So we have the joining, sorry, here. So yes, you have zone loops in the middle if you split it. Okay, and these are also the 80%. So it's not just this joining point strength here, soon main line to another main line, but in the same mainline connection category, you also have the splitting points, which are these here, right? It's the same category of, or same strength class. So you also reach the 80% values here, right? They're also in the middle.
Yeah, okay, that makes it more reasonable, yeah.
But we know that this is conservative. I mean, we could also, the 80% was just defined by us by looking at lots of tests of different zone loops. And you can reach that. And if right now the standard just says if you're below these 80% of the mainline MBS, it's a shitty zone loop. It's not good quality, right? I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
So basically these two type of mainline connections, they would still fall under like above these 80%. That's the main philosophy behind it. No more, not less. Yeah, maybe Lian has something to add to this.
Hello. Yeah, I'm quite comfortable with that, having the zone loops in the middle. My question or comment would be more regarding, I see some values going down to even 9 kilonewtons. And I know you'd still, like, if all the connections fail, you would still have the full backup. But we also using connections as a way to make lower lines safer. So if you lose all of your connections, suddenly you fall in more. And yes, you fall in slower, but your chances of hitting the ground, if you were dependent on that, increase. I'm not sure if it's working load, the 9 kilonewton, or if it's MBS. But 9 kilonewtons start to make me feel a bit less comfortable, especially having measured 7, 8 kilonewton on some Highline setups in rocket mounts and stuff like that. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah.
I would agree to this. This was my second point. The 9 kilonewton in type X swings seems really, really sketchy low to me, to be honest. I would personally prefer the 12 kilonewton value that's already in the standard. This is also because we see that if a type X connection breaks, always both webbings will get out there with some kind of damage. So if we go down to 9 kilonewton and we have such a like 95 kilo rocket mount breaking failure into the type X connection, we will probably also see damage to the backup.
Yeah, okay. I think you're confusing now things together. I think what we just talked about is the force in the main line at the rocket mount.
Sure.
There's nothing to do with the force of a backup fall in case of a mainline failure. Two different things.
I think yes and no. I think what we right now always tested is backup fall scenarios where a static load was hanging above a freestyle rig, for example, and was just free falling into a backup. And if I look at these freestyle scenarios, and if, for example, we look at the scenario that happened in the Netherlands, where the main webbing was cut above the installation, this could easily make possible scenarios where an athlete goes into, for example, a rocket mount position, having it cut on the top position, going with full force into the move in a cut webbing into the type X connection. And I think we can get pretty high loads in this kind of scenario. I know this is kind of constructed scenario, but I do not think that in freestyle this is impossible.
Yeah, so now we're talking main to backup. So that's the other thing we're confusing. Before we were talking main to main, and what the 9 kilonewton are only main to backup.
Yes, yes.
And these are not like main to main. So Liam, one part of your answer is where you feel uncomfortable, the 9 kilonewton, that's only main to backup connection. That's never main to main connection. It's actually has to be twice as strong, right? So what are the highest forces we've ever measured in all these simulated backup falls? That's what you have to ask yourself.
Do you know the number?
It's about half of 9 kilonewtons. It's the highest force we ever measured.
But this is a static force falling from a static position into the backup, right?
A static force falling into a static position.
Like you have your backup here, you have your main here, and you have a center mass here, and it falls statically. It is a dynamic fall, but it falls from a static position into the backup.
Yes, but I think the point is, I mean, it's true. Like if you have like a huge bounce and the highest point the line is failing, then you have like way higher forces on the backup fall.
Yes.
Is this realistic? And first of all, excluding now the incident of the Netherlands, it's highly unlikely that your line will fail at the highest point. It will be most likely to fail at the bottom of your bounce when you have the highest force in the line. Then the line will snap if you have something. Or if you take a leash fall, the leash is wrapping on the line and fails, then that's like the bottom of your bounce. What will happen then in case the main line is failing is exactly nothing. You just hang there. It's just you don't bounce back up again, but you will just like stay at the bottom of the bounce where the line is failing. And the backup will get engaged, and you just keep on hanging exactly at this point. That's like the most likely scenario. And then the forces are not higher; they're actually lower because like less webbing is engaged there, so you don't have like this. You change the dynamics because normally if you have like a bottom of your bounce of like a hard leash fall, I don't know, I never made like this measurements, but I guess around 2 times your body weight or so. That's what I would imagine, that you have like 2 times your body weight tensioning. with the same sag as like later after the line is failing, the main line is failing, you have like your simple body weight hanging in the line, but with like the same angle, so you have like actually like way lower forces on the line at this point. Now the point is like how likely is this at the highest point? And yes, in Netherlands it failed because like the line was snapping up, but that was also like doing a leash fall. So actually like the line was not at the highest point, but some parts of the line was at the highest points. The person was hanging already in the leash, so the body weight was already quite low down, but the rest of the line was snapping up at the same time, and then the line failed. That doing a rocket mount, you will have this like highly unlikely. I think it's like the points is like doing Almighty, it can happen. That line is going quite high up. Also, then again, your body weight is also already like lower below the line when it fails. So you're also like not that high up. So it's hard to say. Yes, it's a danger, and could be higher in like really specific scenarios. But I think that's like also like something which people just need to be aware of, that the line needs to be free on the top also. That the line can go higher up than in the relaxed position. But yes.
Can you deactivate?
Yeah, I think we did.
Yeah, thanks. Can you deactivate the mic, please? Thanks. I think it's not only about above, it's only also to the sides. I mean, we have like combos where the mainline webbing is wiggling like 70, 80 centimeters to the left and to the right across nearly the whole. And I can also imagine kind of abrasion accidents there, where you still have, when you're in the movement, full commitment into the move, the full action, the full force downwards. I think we should include this in the standard, the worst case scenarios. I don't think that we should leave this to the riggers to say, hey, this is something that should not happen. I think we should also cover this in the standard with a kind of safety margin.
Yeah, what I'm trying to explain is that the safety margin I propose here, and I think is always fulfilled, is 2. So I will not reach more than 4.5, 5 kilonewton in such backup fall. I've never seen higher values. Everything else is theoretical, but the values we have are not higher in these measurements we have done so far and seen so far. If you have different values, I'm very open to discuss this, but I cannot imagine higher values than that.
But just imagine a freestyle move falling into a broken mainline webbing from the top. We see that the rocket mounts and other moves easily create forces 7+ kilonewtons with heavy guys. So, and I think we always have to include the heavy guys. And I think that's critically low kilonewtons.
That's at the bottom. The 7 kilonewton are at the bottom.
Sure. But now imagine this move being committed from the top into a broken mainline webbing.
Yes, then it breaks at the bottom, right?
Not
after.
Not necessarily.
It breaks at the top. That's the worst case. I understand this point is really precise. We are breaking at the top, but then we still need to do the test. Actually, what are the forces then? And that really depends again highly on and so on. So, for example, if you have like depending how much mainline is left to absorb like these falls, the shock loads. If you have like your rig line badly and you have like only like 50-meter mainline left over, and like all the rest was like cut because you have like your zone loop at 50 meter and you rig it from like your from zone loop to 50 meter and then have like 10-meter mainline left when the big part fails, then you get definitely a problem. Then you have like high forces on it. If you have it like really in the middle and you have like on your 60-meter line, 30-meter nylon still engaging and the other part is like polyester, whatever, backup, then it would be interesting to just measure it again, what is happening then, because there's like some counteracting things going on. Once you have like way less base tension on the line, so your peak forces are less high, but therefore you have less stretch, so the peaks are getting steeper, so it's a bit hard to predict if you will get over 7 kilonewton then, if you have like in a normal rocket one 7 kilonewton, if you have it also then, or if it just stays the same, or it gets slightly higher, slightly lower.
I agree, this is difficult. Nobody has tested, but I think it's standard. I can't hear you.
Should be the limit of where this connection should be in the line, at the joining or splitting point of the line. If you add those values.
Riggers.
Yeah, that's riggers. Yes, that's down to the riggers. But like, yeah.
Into the side as well. But again, that's the rigging kind of decision. We can define it maybe, but that would really. I don't think we should in this standard. I think
I can't hear you. You turn the away from the person. I can't hear you.
What was I saying? Yeah, so I think that again goes down to the rigging, right? Same thing with the abrasion above. We kind of we updated the standard to just say that it should be free and clear above, but that's down to the rigging, and so is where the split is. We can define the split in this kind of description, but we can't really define how, or we can, but I don't think we should specify like how and where it's rigged in the line.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, then the next point is also like what is happening if like this indeed is failing this point, and then I think the highest force is already absorbed at this point. So even if you exceed like then let's say this 9 kilonewton in your fall and the connection is breaking, you still have like a backup afterwards, and your high force, like the main force is like dampened down your fall height, dampened down the bottom of the point. It will break then, and yes, you will fall in the static backup then, but not from very high above anymore. And yes, so it's like it works kind of like as a screamer in this way. Then, if you
no, what I think, and can you turn on? I think what's the missing piece of information here is if you fall into a type X soon connection and the connection breaks, the main webbing and the backup webbing will have damage. So it's not
damage significant in any way.
I think so, yes.
I think so not. That's where we disagree.
Okay.
No, I think scientific has a test on it, and it's actually there is some damage.
For sure, but is it significant in terms of safety of the Highline system?
Depending if your backup system is put out for 12 kilonewton only, and if your backup system is only on 12 kilonewton, you have like some damage of like another 30-40% on your backup, then it could go back. For me, the question is like more, why do we need to have the 9 kilonewton? Why do we need to go that low? Is there any reason from a manufacturing side to go that low? Or why can we not just say 12 kilonewton and everyone can do this? Because I think it's like not that complicated to make like type X connections which are stronger, 12 kilonewton strong. I think it's like technically not so difficult. So the question is like, why do we need to go down to 9 kilonewton? Why do we need to have this discussion and just say 12 kilonewton? Everyone can do this easily with like minimum additional costs. Because like if you do like 5 bartex or 6 bartex, that's really like adding like a few cents to this whole thing, and everyone can do this. I think that's more like the point. So more looking at the practical point, maybe.
It's not. I think it's not about that. It's not about producing these backup to mainline connections. It's. I think where it actually comes in. It's a question of, for example, here, it's a question of using knots or not. That's what it is.
Yeah, for T-loop.
For T-loop, using a knot on a T-loop. That's this question of 9 kilonewton. Also up here, the type A and type B, using knots in T-loops, for example. Knots which also absorb energy in case of such a fall. That's what the discussion is about. It's not about producing strong intermittent connections. Yeah, Liam?
Hi. I think going for cherry picking cases for a standard is not a good approach, because then we can start thinking, what if a paraglider is going above and drops something on the line, and it can get like kind of ridiculous and very complex, and I don't see it as a good idea for a standard. I was going to raise the point also that Joshua raised, if it was hard, but I didn't factor in the knots. The knots could also be more of a rigging decision than a manufacturer's certification, because that's how you're using the gear. So there could be a distinction in the certification there between those two. Yeah, I didn't know that the 4.5 was the biggest backup fall measured. We've also we've measured things that we hadn't some years ago. So I would always add a safety margin for unknowns. And yeah, it's always good to have a bit more, but I think it should be all right like it is. And leave a little bit of leeway to the riggers also. Just provide all the information so the riggers can decide, and maybe the things that come from the manufacturers can, like if it's soon in a type X, could be a bit stronger. And then if you rigging decide to make knots, then you take on that responsibility.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Liam. I think what is important here to understand, if you write this into such a document, it obviously does not make sense for a manufacturer to produce a T-loop which is 2 times as strong as this force that we recommend here. It costs them more, and it doesn't make sense for them to produce something that is so much stronger if it's going to be used with a weak knot anyway. So you might as well come down with that production procedure for this T-loop or DLV or Fruxy or whatever. This is one thing. This actually, what this provides is a justification for a manufacturer to recommend knots, certain knots, not all knots, obviously. It recommends a minimum for how strong their intermittent connection can be between mainline and backup. So when we come back to the liability question, Stefan, that you mentioned before, you can actually push some of it onto this standard and say, look, this is like the minimum, as you did with comparing your knots to the Zoom loop of the type C. You can use this as a justification to say, okay, look, if you use it in this kind of setup, you describe that in your manual of your Zoom connection type X freestyle webbing, you say, okay, if you use it in this combination with my Motum mainline and my, let's say, helium backup, this connection it's justified to have a connection of minimum 9 kilonewton when I sew them in the middle. Because if you use it as a freestyle rig with all these other things you have to mention in the manual, if that mainline fails, I'm not going to reach probably more than these, let's say, 5 kilonewton on this Zoom connection in case of the backup fall. If you have other webbings which are stronger or other connections which are stronger, you can go higher classes with ultra low stretch. Obviously, your T-loops have to be way stronger. But for this combination with this freestyle webbing, you would have the justification to go down to 9 kilonewton with that connection. Okay. But as I said, these are suggestions. They're up for discussions. That's what we're doing now. And there definitely needs to be more tests on this, no question about it. But in terms of the philosophy which I wanted to bring over is that we recommend a minimum safety factor of 2 between the actual force in the backup fall and the MBS of this connection. That's the philosophy behind it. it's only going to be used once and maybe a second time for rescue. So we have a reason to lower the strength classes compared to what a mainline connection needs to be, for example.
I think it's reasonable. Lower strength perhaps. We see this, and I think this works. The only thing I'm skeptical about is the 9 kilonewtons. I think this is too low, but probably tests will be needed for this, sure. I will see how we can set up a test for this, and if we can get any kind of results that might create such forces.
Yeah, I mean, there's obvious doubts about like going that low. Totally understandable. For like implementing something like this, we can always go a bit more conservative in the beginning and say we also include like the types where we have higher values for that type C. What it just does, it basically, if we put like type C has to have a minimum of 12 kilonewton on this mainline backup connection, right here. If we state this 12 kilonewton, what it does, it excludes lots of knots, which are recommended right now. That's what it does. And the question is this justified? Do we have problems with this? Have we seen knots in any case failing from this? The accidents say no. That doesn't mean that we cannot have them in the future, right? But it's definitely like from the forces we have measured from this, we don't have a justification to go to much higher values because we don't see these high forces in these backup balls so far.
Before, this might also be a good case to separate the class of the connection from the class of the webbing, because you could still presumably have type C webbing and a type A class of the connector, like T-loop, right? You could potentially do that as well. That presents another like whole discussion, but that's also something to think about. Okay. Liam has a question.
Including nodes into a certification can be kind of problematic because, like, what if the rigger doesn't dress it properly, or what if it does, but that node just turns out with a way lower strength because nodes are not really reliable in that sense, right? So maybe manufacturers should just design systems that don't require nodes. And then if the riggers decide to go for nodes because they are adapting stuff, they are fully accepting that responsibility and they know the node and stuff. I don't know, I'm not like strongly proposing this, but it's a lot of unknowns when you put knots, especially into webbing. Like rope is a bit more certain, but webbing.
I would agree.
Right, so go ahead.
I would agree to this. I think, like I've shown in the talk about the knots, it's pretty unpredictable. If we go to like weaker webbings like helium, there might be even weaker knots. I see possibilities to go wrong here.
Walter?
I wouldn't agree with the wording, knots are not reliable. It depends what you understand on a reliable. I would say you can strongly rely that, let's say, knots in polyamide ropes will never go below 30% of the breaking load. And you can rely on this. It is highly reliable. Figure 8 knot will never open by itself when tightened properly. That's very reliable. So it really depends on the limits you expect. And I'm pretty sure that we can find such limitations and limits with current tapes and webbings.
Yeah, I think what was meant with reliability was breaking strength and knots of the webbings. So of course the knot won't open by itself, etc. We all agree on this for sure. But I think it was specifically meant for can we guarantee a breaking strength for a knot in a webbing?
I'm pretty sure that we can when we say the minimum.
If you want to implement it that way, and your reasoning is that, okay, we have to include it because otherwise we exclude all the knots, we maybe have to think about having knots inside the webbing standard. Do they need do webbings of that nature, like the type C maybe, where it's actually marginable, have tests included where they are break tested with knots in them?
So the way I approach this is I started a list, which is definitely not complete, but I started a list with knots that are not recommended. This is just the first list, and we have to discuss this. But that would be a way we could approach this in basically saying these knots are not recommended, instead of like starting all the knots that you can do. Because these are the knots we know they are definitely significantly weaker than others. And, you know, with that argument that you often state, Stefan, in terms of knots are not reliable, knots are also not reliable on ropes. They're absolutely not reliable. You get shitty MBSs from them because of high variances all the time. That's not a reason for us to exclude knots in ropes as well.
But I think what our test showed is that knots in rope have way less variance than in webbings. This is my concern. If we tested the leash ropes, we have two different types of ropes. There's way less variance in this compared to webbings. Like dimensions less.
Walter?
I would say that ropes in knots in ropes are highly reliable. There is not one single failure of a tie-in knot in a climbing rope worldwide. Not any case. So millions and billions of falls prove that, and they are recommended in a standard in the semi-static rope standard. They are mandatory that to be used in the fall test. So yes, I would call that again reliable.
I'm not talking about the reliability in terms of if they break, but the reliability in terms of measurements that you do. You have a large variance in also figure eights and all the different knots in ropes. I agree you have a larger variance in the testing of webbing knots. That's definitely the case. But if you compare like testing different figure eights and testing a rope to a metal piece, you will always find a bigger variance in testing that knot in a rope. It's just the nature of textile products and knots, right? So that is not the reliability if it's failing in a harness in the figure eight.
Yeah, if we compare things to each other and we compare webbing to steel, then you never would be able to make a standard for webbing. So it's the old discussion: should we adapt the standard to that the target is it fit for use? Then knots can be included in the standard. If we have problems to measure it, then we should change the measurement methods.
I just wanted to add, related to what Walter said before, that the standard don't need to restrict people to do things, but need to adjust to the accidents, so, and to the known things. So put in the standard that some knots are not you need to avoid this and this knot. It's really good because we know some knots are weaker. And we just say, and the standard say, oh yeah, avoid those knots in webbing because we know they are not good, and that's it. The rest is it's not restrict people to use or not use knot, or like say, oh yeah, for the standard you can use knot, and then maybe some manufacturer have some problem with it because it's not fitting with their webbing. It's not a problem about the manufacturer. It's as we said before, it's a rigor choice. So, but if you say that, yeah, those knots are, we know they are weak and we don't use it, it's really good for me. I don't know what's your point of view, but.
So right now, to sum up what you just said, Laurent, the restrictions that would be in this standard in terms of what you can do with your backup mainline connection are these values here. So that's the minimum requirement for strength at your mainline backup connection. What it is not defined. If it is a knot, if it is a zone loop, if it is a zone connection, T-loop, Fructio, DLV, doesn't matter. These are the classes which could restrict you, right? So if you do a knot, then you have to think about, is it your value higher or less high than this? Then there is the other sentence over here which states, we recommend a minimum safety factor 2. So if you know that your backup fall is probably going to hit, I don't know, 6 or 7 kilonewton, then your mainline backup connection should at least have 12 kilonewton.
With the problem that the MBS with knots is, I think, not the best practice to test them.
These tests here are not meant for knots. They are meant for the actual zone connections or whatever connection you have fixed in your system. But you could relate these to knots. It's not something we're not gonna test all these setups with all the different knots. But for the standard, for the webbing standard, these would be the strengths of these mainline backup connections, which we can actually test. We're not going to start testing knots in Highline setups. It's not something that will go into the Highline webbing standard for sure. But this table basically summarizes the minimum strength of these connections, which obviously you can relate to knots, right? Doesn't make sense to have a knot which is 2 times weaker than this connection. So that's like a minimum requirement, in other words, also for the knot.
I think I have one more point with this, because I have also like my problems like with this kilonewton and not sure if it's there. And I see the point of knots and so on, that they're going low. And I think that really the difficult point is like give the safety factor on the design factor, because the design factor is on a new product, and then I have like, I want to have like a higher factor, design factor than M2, because after some use, we all know like all kind of webbings are losing like 20-30% within the first month of their strength. And then you have like way lower safety factor actually, like than your design factor in the beginning. And that needs to be clear, that you want to have a safety factor of 2 and not like a design factor of 2. So not testing your knots in a webbing and a new webbing and then saying, okay, it was above 9 kilonewtons, so I can use this. It's not in this webbing. but you actually need to factor in that your webbing is maybe weaker already. So you need to start like with a new webbing way higher up that you're actually sure still. And that's like a difficult point. And that's like really challenging for the users to implement, and really important that they get it correct and not say, okay, well, Sam or whoever did like some tests on this webbing in these knots with new webbing and what's above 9 kilonewtons, so I can use this webbing in this knot in this backup situation. Because then it's like suddenly not holding 9 kilonewton anymore after like a few months, but maybe it's just like 7 kilonewton, and then we're getting low, and then we're getting like dangerously low. And that's like really the important part to make this really sure. And that's why I find like this formulation also like a bit critical how it is, because it's easily misunderstood.
Yeah, I think the standard so far was limits for the manufacturers, not limits for riggers. So, and I think we should stick to limits for manufacturers and provide these safety margins for aging, etc. So the users can rely on that their gear can be well used within the boundaries set from the manufacturer.
And I mean, that's always coming back to the riggers. I have on my, one of my setups, I have like a test piece of webbing on my setup, which is hanging always in the sun. And as tests are shown, like that backup and mainline are aging more or less the same as long as there's no massive abrasion happening. And if I say after 6 months, I test my sample size, which I have hanging there, and I see how strong the webbing is still, then I can make an estimation how the rest of my mainline, how strong it is, and from there judge on. But that's like really specific and really precise testing, which is like most people are not doing. And that's coming back like then to the riggers and the users. How well are they tracking? And if you want to go with like low safety margins, you want to have like a going close to this 2 safety factor of 2, then you need to be really sure to be there. And the less you know, the less you test, the less you know about your gear, the more safety factor you want and you need. And that's like that, but that's coming down to the rigor.
Yeah, but the problem is that nobody does this testing. I mean, you do it because you have access to some kind of testing apparatus, but no regular customer of ours tests their gear. They just use it. They want to rely on what's in the manual, what's in the recommendations from the manufacturer, and that's it. So I'd be more on the conservative side for this.
Okay, so but to summarize, what I heard out of the discussion was, don't define what the rigger has to do. This document is not defining that. If you look at it, what it says, it is mainline backup connections. It talks about joining, splitting, and fractioning points, and it gives example what these are. In none of these examples, you see a knot. These are the tests that will be done with webbings from manufacturers, providing us with soon connection type X webbing, with T-loops, with Fraxios, with DLVs. These are the values that these have to hold. What the rigger does in terms of knots and old webbing and so on is a separate discussion and is only held further down where we exclude specific knots. That's the only thing that we mention about knots right now. Knots and webbings should only be used for backup webbings. The following knots are not recommended. This list is definitely not finished, but that's how we address knots for the rigger. The only way. The other table up here only relates at the end to measurements which will go into the webbing standard, trying to standardize the intermittent connections along Highline systems.
So I didn't see the sentence before that you even say that knots are allowed in backups. So, but it could be an option that this is in the ISA standard that knots are only allowed in backups, but the manufacturer themselves could still claim in the manual that no knots may be used in the webbing setup.
Yes, that's always possible. Yeah.
So the standard looks super good in that sense, Thomas. The thing is, if a webbing or a product gets certified with this standard, and within that product, the manufacturer is recommending the use of a knot, where does that leave us? Like, if they just recommend, yeah, you just get a T-loop and you put a knot in your backup and tie it to the T-loop with a quick link or whatever, where does that leave us in terms of, is that certified also, or is that product then not certified?
No, that's not certified. This leads us to the point, what if this knot fails in a backup hole scenario, and somebody gets heavily injured? That's the only case where this would actually be, would fall back onto this standard, and these values which are highlighted now would be taken into consideration. So was it because the force was higher than, let's say, or was the knot a shitty knot which broke way below those 9 kilonewton, for example? That would be the case where this standard would be taken into consideration. Or was it something completely different that made this setup fail? So that's like the only value that is kind of relatable to the knot. Let's say it is none of these excluded knots has been used. Let's say, I don't know, let's take a frost knot has been used, and basically it's broke, and then this value 9 kilonewton in this, let's say, freestyle setup would be would have to be like tested for. That's the case I can imagine where this is relevant for knots.
But in that case, the Highline is dead, and it's just a liability problem.
For whom?
Like if the knot breaks, the Highline is dead, basically. So then it's just to see if there's any responsibility to the company or not. But I don't know. I would kind of
rigger. No, because a knot failed in that particular case, it will fall back to the rigger.
It will fall back to
the manufacturer, because the knot is not certified.
Okay. But in any scenario, the Highline is dead if the knot breaks. Basically, if the knot breaks.
Not necessarily, because it's a mainline backup connection. Right?
The knot is like one. That's the bottom also I see there. Because like the type X, if it fails, the type X fails when the backup is there, but if the knot in your T-loop fails, then it's gone. And nothing is there anymore. That's one. But the knot is not,
you know, the T-loop that we're talking about.
Yes. We're talking about the strength of the T-loop here. Yeah. And you can relate this somehow to the knot, but it's not specified here. We're not talking about the knot here.
So then, if the
manufacturer can decide on that.
Sorry, if the manufacturer recommends product to be used with a knot, then it's not certified?
But then the T-loop is still certified, right? This talks about the strength of that T-loop that we can test.
But then it comes back again to the same point which I had before, and why not just make the T-loop 12 kilonewton or the type X? Is it really that complicated? Is it adding that much money? Because the reason I heard now about like going down to 9 kilonewton is otherwise the knots would be not approved then. But now it's like saying like, well, the 19 is only counting for T-loops and type X. That's like why that's what is really important. But you don't want to go up to 12 kilonewton, otherwise it's excluding knots. It's kind of like leaving the gray area between 9 and 12 kilonewton strong knots, which are then kind of, yeah, not good, but we leave it up for the riggers to decide what to do. And
yes, and I actually prefer that. I actually prefer to have that margin for the riggers, because the general practice is that lots of knots are being installed in T-loops between 9 and with an MBS of, let's say, 9 to 12 kilonewton.
That's actually a realistic scenario. If we take this 9 kilonewton out, what we do is we actually put weight on the rigger to first of all not do the knot, and if he does it, he is liable. And that's probably not the failure scenario. That's the thing.
I mean, it's just like a really personal decision, and I guess it's like a really personal decision. Before I would put like a knot in my backup, which is limiting it to 9 kilonewtons, my backup system, I would prefer to not have like a connection in the middle and just have like rig my backup that it's like not exceeding like that high forces in the first place by making it just not really loose. And that's like, but that's how I would deal with the situations, because I don't like it to add something like a failure point in my system which is like that low. It's exactly the differences between also knots on the anchor. They can make big knots versus like having knots in the T-loop where you need to make like a small knot, which is like a figure of 8, which is also like then this made that you not even can make sure that like the outer layer is getting loaded. So you need to test your figure of 8 or like the inner layer, because depending on which side it's failing, you have like the layer on like the inside. So that's like maybe quite low. And that's like where I see just problems, and I'm not a fan of like knots and T-loops.
But again, I totally understand this discussion. But again, if you look at the actual values and the forces involved, at a figure 8, shitty tight figure 8, loading in any scenario will not go below 10. It will not go, we don't have a single value below 10. Even loading tails. It will not go below 10. And then what is your worst case backup fault scenario force? What is it? It's never going to be 10. Never ever. It's going to be 5, maybe 6, if 7 if you rig shitty. I look at it from this side.
I don't trust that we have like made enough tests or not. On weak webbing, which are often used, and old webbings, shitty loaded. If you have like 100 tests on all kind of different webbings, then that's like not much. That's like not the 1 billion tests we have like on ropes in a figure of 8. That's always like the same size. We have like 200 different webbings, and they different way more significantly than ropes different. So that's like it's just like way higher variance. And before I go to this point, and I'm willing to change my point, I would like to have like just way more tests. It's the same approach I had like to ping tube. In the beginning, I was not a fan of it. Now, after 4 years of seeing its rather good holds, I have no problem at all to freestyle on the ping tube, because I know it's time proved it. But with knots, I think we're not there yet. We have like just way too little tests for this to be really sure.
Yeah. So we did we didn't present these, but we did fault tower tests at Walter's place with super old used pink tube, and tried to put really shitty knots in it, and we loaded it with crazy forces, and we just could not manage to get below 10 with the shittiest knot in the most like old, almost white pink tube, trying to break it, you know. So that's why I'm so confident on this, because we really tried to lower these forces, and we didn't manage. We need probably, I would say we need a couple hundred tests, I don't know, to confidently say that. Right now we did about 60, 70, it's not enough, but we just could not reach these low values, which we theoretically talk about. And even if we do these MBS 3 sigma calculations, we're still in that range, you know, it's not, we're not getting to 5 kilonewton or something like that. So yeah, these are just the tests we have. We didn't present them yet because it's not fully finished yet, this publication, but it basically like increased my confidence in knots a lot, seeing those tests with knots in different webbings. Liam?
Hi. What about adding a disclaimer that these values are for T-loops and for zone connections and stuff. And then that adding a knot into the system lowers the resistance by X. And then the manufacturers can add that disclaimer. The document itself can have it. And then still say that the T-loops and the soon connections should have or it's recommended that they have these higher values of 12 and all that, but we are keeping the values low at 9 and stuff because we are factoring in the not possibility and we don't want to make the riggers liable. Something like that. I know the wording is a bit loose and stuff, but do I get my point across?
So you would like to add a disclaimer that, or add a sentence that these values are meant for soon connections and not basically.
The within the certification, because
don't
if
define
it's
what you don't have to define.
Okay.
I mean, they're obviously not meant for knots. It's not written here in any way. I'm just saying, in case of an accident, these are the values that the knots would be compared to. That's what I would do is if I would have to assess a backup pool scenario with a dead person, I would go into the standard, I would go to this appendix, I would search the mainline backup connection, I would check the knot after these values. That's the only relation I can see from this testing of intermittent connections to knots. Because otherwise I have nothing to compare to. And I would also look at this list here. Was one of these knots used? That's the two things I would do. That's how somebody or a manufacturer or rigger could become liable.
But we have to find all the knots together.
But we're looking only from the perspective of liability. I don't know, as an end user customer, the certifications for me, and I would expect for a lot of people, are to be seen as, okay, I'm safe because I'm using things that are certified. So we should factor that in also and to inform, like, we were just saying before that if a manufacturer recommends knots in a product, then it's not certified. So then I'm confused, like, can I use knots? Can I not? All of that.
I think our way to go.
I think we cannot.
Okay, I think our way to go at RED would be to specifically unrecommend knots in the manual and offer Dura La Vida also for backups. I think we have stronger options for this. This would be the RED's way to avoid liability for such cases. So if a rigger uses a knot in a backup, it's their choice and their liability in the end.
And the rigger can justify it by going into the Highline standard. You can still use knots with your product.
If they want to, sure.
If he wants to use it for, yeah. Yeah, so I think we're way over time, right? So maybe we just stop the discussion here for now, but you saw the main points we kind of are trying to change within the standard to adapt to new ideas and concepts within the Highline world. And I think we have one final presentation, right? Okay, easy. Keep it short.
previous one should have ended an hour and a half. Okay, I'll keep it short. Hold on. Stop this. Okay, I will be talking about some changes that have been made, just all general changes made in standards, just to let everybody know that we have been working on them. We have internal comments and discussions. Give me 1 second to load it all up. I don't remember what it's called. Yeah. In the folder. Hold on.
Okay, so I stopped the live stream, I guess.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to look for it.